pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a few announcements to make. If you're in possession of a cell phone or some other type of electronic paging device, we ask that you put it on the silent mode at this time. Also, please note that all the testimony is being recorded for the record. If you're going to speak, we ask you to state your name and your address for the record first, and then go ahead with your input after you have been recognized by the chair. Members of the Board of Adjustments are appointed by the County Board of Commissioners with one member from each of the 5 commissioner districts, one member at large, and one member appointed from the Planning Commission. I'll give a brief overview of our proceedings this evening. First, I will read the variance request, and that will open the public hearing. While I'm reading your request, I would ask that the applicant or their representative come forward and have a seat in front of the board by the microphone. The applicant and or the representatives will be asked to state their name and their address for the record, and then I will ask Environmental Services staff to provide a brief overview of the requested variance, give the staff report, and give us any correspondence that has been received in regard to this request. The applicant and or the representative will then provide us with any input, corrections, concerns, comments they might have. Once the applicant and or the representative have provided their testimony, the board will discuss the request and ask questions of staff or the applicant. Upon completion of the board questions, then I will ask if there's anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this request. If there is, I'd ask that person to come to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and then give their testimony. When all the testimony is complete, I will ask the board members for a motion to close the public hearing. Once the motion has passed to close the public hearing, there will be no further input from the audience, from the applicant or the Environmental Services staff, unless recognized by the chair or if one of the board members wants some type of clarification. And our first item on our agenda this evening is to approve the minutes of the June 24th, 2021 meeting. Do I have a motion?
Dennis Gregory, so moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Dave Gamrot, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Our first regular item for this evening is to consider a request from Gerald and Ann Salzer of Cold Spring, Minnesota from Section 6.2.1p, Table M of the Stearns County Subsurface Sewage Treatment System Ordinance 422 to place a subsurface sewage treatment system soil treatment area 85 feet from the OHWL of Knaus Lake, classified as a recreational development. The said ordinance requires a subsurface sewage treatment system soil treatment area to be located 100 feet from the OHWL of a lake classified as recreational development. The affected property is Lot 8 and the westerly halves of Lot 9 of Hastling's Addition, Section 28, Track 123 North, Range 30 West of Wakefield Township. And the property address is 16495 Knaus Lake Circle, Cold Spring, Minnesota. And our applicants, if you could give us your name and your address, please.
Ann and Gerard Salzer, 16495 Knaus Lake Circle, Cold Spring, Minnesota, 56320.
Thank you, and we'll be back to you in just a few minutes. If we could do roll call on who is, yes, if you could repeat your name and address, please.
Ann and Gerard Salzer, 16495 Knaus Lake Circle, Cold Spring, Minnesota, 56320.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll be back to you in just a moment. The first thing we will do is a roll call of members to see who is able to visit the site. Dennis?
Yes.
Jill? And yes, Jill.
Yes, and I did speak with the applicants.
Mike?
Yes.
And I also visited the site. Dave?
Yes.
Jacob is not with us this evening. Jason?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And if we then could have the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicants own Lot 8 and the west half of Lot 9 of Hosling's Addition in two parcels that cannot be sold separate. The applicants...
Sorry.
Jamie, you led me wrong. The applicants have submitted a design for a new subsurface sewage treatment system that would place the system east of the house. The design calls for placing the subsurface soil treatment area 85 feet from the ordinary high water level of Canals Lake. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Canals Lake, which is on the impaired waters list for aquatic recreation due to nutrients. The property is in the R1 zoning district. The dwelling was constructed in 2005, replacing an older dwelling on the property. The existing septic system was installed in 1991 and is being replaced by the choice of the applicant. The status of the current subsurface sewage treatment system is unknown, and the applicants know that a septic system upgrade would be required. Wakefield Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Sauk River Watershed District, the Sauk River Chain of Lakes Association, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And we have not received any correspondence for this application.
Okay, thank you. And now if the applicant could share with us thoughts that you might have.
Gerard Sulzer, just that our existing septic system is saturated and we can't use the old tank over, so the best way is to start fresh and new. So they want to condemn the old tank and put in a new tank and update everything and move it over from where it is right now.
Okay, thank you. If we have any questions or discussion from board members?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, a question for the applicants on the proposed design map for the sewer system. It indicates that a potential alternative site was up in the, I'm not sure if that's the northeast corner or not. Since you have an agreement with the neighbor to just be 1 foot off the property line, it looks like there'd be room between the old drain field and the property to put the drain field, the new drain field. Did you look at that as an alternative?
Yes, the designer looked at that and he thought that it would be maybe too close to the road and they're trying to get away from the road right away. So I believe that's what the designer decided, that it would be better off just putting it where he decided that he wanted it because of the road right away.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions from the board? All right, are we ready to close the public hearing?
Dennis Gregory, so moved.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Mike Hain, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. And we'll move on to findings of fact. Number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Dave Gamrod, septic systems are allowed in an R1 district.
All right, we have a yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree with yes for number 1 or have other comments? All right, we will mark that as unanimous yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls or any related ordinances, yes or no?
Jill DeLong, I believe yes, it is in harmony with the general purposes. When I spoke with the applicant, it looked like there was really no other place they could possibly put it on the lot. They're keeping it as far away from the lake as possible while still keeping space between it and the road. So yes, it is in harmony.
All right, we have a yes for number 2. Anyone disagree or have other comments for number 2? All right, hearing none, we will mark that as unanimous yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, I believe it is under the nature goals, water resource policies, preserving watershed functions for high-quality surface waters and recreation areas, and provide for restoration of watershed function for impaired waters. The current septic is not in great state, and this will be an improvement with the new system.
All right, do we have anyone disagree with yes for number 3 or other comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, the applicants have indicated that their sewage system designer is trying to avoid a saturated field and also maintain the setbacks to the road and the property and property line. And so the placement seems to be the best place on that particular property.
All right, we have 1 yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree with that or have other comments? Hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane. As Dennis just stated, the uniqueness of the lot and the restrictions from the road and the water, it's in the best possible spot.
All right, we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree or have additional comments? Seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, the character isn't going to change by adding a drain field and septic tank to that property.
All right, thank you. We have a yes for number 6. Anyone disagree or have other comments? Seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Dave Gamrod, there was not a discussion of economics in this variance application.
All right, we have 1 yes then for number 7. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. We are now ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I'd make a motion that we approve the variance request by the applicants to place a subsurface sewage treatment system, soil treatment area 85 feet from the ordinary high water level of Canals Lake.
All right, we have a motion to approve the request. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a second. And we will do roll call vote on the remainder. Jill?
Yes.
Jake? Not here. Jason?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. So that is a unanimous approval. Oh, and I'm sorry, I missed you, Dave.
Yes.
Where are you on my list? There you are. Okay. All right. All right, then we added unanimous, and the request is approved. And if you have more questions about it, you can check with staff during regular business hours. Thank you. Our next item is to consider an after-the-fact request from David and Lisa Kempston of Eden Prairie, Minnesota, from sections 9.9.9A1, 10.2.8A2, and 10.2.11A1A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to leave as constructed an illegal non-conforming guest cottage on a lot not meeting the minimum duplex lot width and area requirements, less than 100 feet landward of the OHWL on a lake classified as recreational development, and less than 10 feet from a side yard property line in an R1 zoning district. Also, to leave as constructed an illegal non-conforming accessory structure less than 100 feet landward of the OHWL and a non-conforming water-orientated accessory structure less than 10 feet from a side yard property. The said ordinance requires a guest cottage to be constructed on a lot with a minimum width of 225 feet and an area of 80,000 square feet, and structures to be placed a minimum of 100 feet landward of a lake classified recreational development and be placed a minimum of 10 feet from a side yard property line in an R1 zoning district. The affected property is parts of Lot 2 and Lot 3, Block 1, Anderson Addition, Section 25, Track 123 North, Range 31 West of Munson Township. The property address is 21185 State Highway 22, Richmond, Minnesota. And if you could give us your name and your address for the record, please. All right, thank you.
David Myers from Rinke Noonan here in St. Cloud, a law firm.
And you'll be representing
Yes.
them. All right,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. And we'll be back to you in just a few minutes. I'd like to do roll call to see who was able to visit the site. Dennis?
Yes, and I spoke with the applicants who described their variance request.
Jill?
Yes, and I spoke with the applicant's son.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes, and I spoke with the applicants.
Jason?
Yes.
And I also visited the site and spoke with the applicants. All right, if we could have the staff report, please.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The applicants are asking to leave as constructed a guest cottage 20 feet by 32 feet, 640 square feet, 9.67 feet from a property line, 62 feet from the ordinary high water level, on a single lot having 104 feet in width at the building line, and 33,105 square feet in lot area on a lake classified recreational development. They are also asking to leave as constructed a 12-foot by 16-foot, 192 square foot accessory structure with a 10-foot by 16-foot, 160 square foot overhang, 65 feet from the ordinary high water level, and an 8-foot by 10-foot, 80 square foot water-oriented accessory structure, 1.5 feet from a property line. Little background information. The applicants currently own parts of Lot 2 and Lot 3, Block 1 of Anderson Addition, platted in 1975. The property is in the R1 zoning district. The total lot area for the property is 33,507 square feet. The lot does not meet the single-family minimum area size or width requirements for lots in the Shoreland Overlay District for a lake-classified recreational development. The minimum requirement is 40,000 square feet of area and 150 feet in width. To construct a guest cottage on a lake-classified recreational development, a property must have a minimum duplex lots area of 80,000 square feet and 225 feet in width. Per the county's assessor's records, the current guest cottage was constructed in 1970 prior to the official controls. On May 7th of 1976, a previous owner applied for and was granted a permit to construct a 26-foot by 66-foot single-family residential dwelling and attached garage. A condition of that permit was to remove the current guest cottage from the property or convert it to a structure that could not be used as a residential dwelling when the new dwelling was occupied. The structure was never removed and has continued to be used as a guest cottage. In 2008, a previous owner then applied and was granted a construction site permit to replace the dwelling from 1976. The condition of the 1976 permit was overlooked, and they were not informed of the requirement to remove and convert the guest cottage. The guest cottage sustained significant water damage from a water pipe burst in the winter of 2019. The interior contents have been removed, and the current owners intend to refurbish the structure. They inquired about permits to perform the work and were informed by our staff the guest cottage needed to be removed. According to the county aerial photography, the 192 square foot accessory structure with 160 square foot overhang and 80 square foot water orientated accessory structure, those two structures were placed on the property prior to 2005 without a permit by previous owners of the property. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Horseshoe Lake, classified as recreational development. Horseshoe is on the list of impaired waters for nutrients and mercury in fish. The subsurface sewage treatment system on the property was installed on September 9th of 1999, certified compliant on July 29th, 2020, and is sized for 6 bedrooms, including an accommodation for the 2-bedroom guest cottage. The current impervious lot coverage is 22%. Munson Township, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Sauk River Chain of Lakes Association, the Sauk River Watershed District, the City of Richmond, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And the only correspondence we received was from the applicant, and I believe you guys were all emailed the letter that the applicant provided. It did come after our staff reports or our packets had gone out to you, so we did email you a copy. If somebody didn't get a copy, I can certainly read the letter if the board would like to have that done.
Jill DeLong, I'd like you to read it, please.
Okay, thank you. This is from Lisa Kempston. I'm sorry about sending this to you this late. I meant to earlier. I would like to include this in the submitted information to the board if possible. One reason we chose this place to purchase was for the guest cabin. We have a severely disabled grandson. He wrecks walls, windows, and much else. Not because he means to, he is processing and doesn't know that any of those things are an issue. He's nonverbal. We were planning on having the guest house be a place he could go and calm down. He has a rare disorder called KBG syndrome, the only case from Minnesota at the Mayo Clinic. It is a genetic mutation that in this case includes a severe autistic diagnosis. In good faith, after moving in, we wanted to comply with the county requirements for restoring the guest cabin after the water damage it sustained the previous winter. We wanted to take care of the lakeshore property and do things the right way. We had no idea then about the other 2 buildings that would come into play as non-conforming. Now we are applying for variances to leave the other 2 structures as is with no changes, and asking for approval to have the inside of the cabin redone so there is no mold or mildew. The water damage occurred in the winter before we purchased, when a shower head blew and was not found for a couple of months. We are not trying to change anything that has been on the property for a long before we purchased. The 2008 permits for the addition to the house were all approved with both the shed and fish house as is. We recently learned that the newer shed was built after a variance was denied in 1984, replacing a much larger shed garage. The concrete slab that was under the previous garage is still there, and we plan on removing it. That shed is about the same size as the sheds all the neighbors have and is about the same distance from the lake. The neighbors' cabins are all in front of their sheds, whereas our house is set behind and 100 feet from the lake shore. All were part of the same resort. The cabin we want to fix is set further back than the other cabins along the shore. The small fish house near the water is on a slab of concrete we assume has been there since the property was a resort. We have been slowly getting rid of old miscellaneous pieces of concrete that were around that area and cleaning up junk that has been there for years. Our goal to conserve the lake and the quality of the lake shore. Thank you for your patience with me through this process, Lisa Kempston. And that is it, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Angie Berg, before Mr. Myers speaks, we just need the applicants to re-enter their name into the record. It did not get onto the video, please.
All right, thank you.
Lisa and David Kempston, 8709 Bentwood Drive, Eden Prairie, Minnesota, 55344.
All right, thank you. And then if the applicants and their representative could share with us your thoughts.
Well, thank you. I think that's on. Well, I thought that was a very fair summary, and we're asking for an after-the-fact variance because we didn't know what else to do. And this started 45 years ago when that permit was issued. It was, I mean, I don't fault staff. I mean, things were done differently 45 years ago, and the permit for the main house was issued. This was put in a drawer and forgotten about. And so the Kempstons purchased the property in September of last year, 2020, and they looked at the title records, and if you look at them, everything looks clear. There's no indication of any problem in the title record. So they purchased the property with the belief and understanding that the second little cabin could be repaired and used, as they said, by their grandson. And they go in to get the permit, and then suddenly out from the drawer comes this 45-year-old permit that says, well, we can't use that. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm sorry, yes, okay. So they called me, and I talked to the staff, Angie and others, and they were very helpful, but they didn't know what to do. And so Angie agreed to contact the county attorney and have the county attorney call me. And so I spoke to Chad May, who is assistant county attorney, and he understood too and didn't quite know what to do. So he contacted attorney Scott Anderson from the Minnesota County Insurance Trust, who does a lot of zoning work. And the two of them decided that the best thing to do would be to ask for an after-the-fact variance and to come to you and make that request. That was as close as we could get to what we're asking to do. So the Kempstons are saying just leave it the way it is. We want to keep the cabin. We want to keep the two other buildings. Oh, and by the way, once they figured out the cabin problem, they wanted to bring the property into compliance, and they had a survey done. And that's when the other two buildings setback issues were disclosed. And the idea tonight is, if you're willing to grant the variances, bring the property into compliance with whatever conditions you deem required, so they can get their permit to fix up that cabin and continue to use the property as before. In looking at your criteria, I think it all fits to grant the variance. I mean, the Kempstons did not do anything different to this property than it's been done at least since 2008, when the last permit was granted. In fact, in that permit, if you had a chance to look at, there's a sketch plan that shows the cabin and the shed, and there was a prior owner, but apparently nobody brought up the fact then that there was this issue with this old 45-year-old permit. So that's where it is. With that, we'd ask for the after-the-fact variance so they can continue to use the property as they thought they were buying and leave it the way it is.
Okay, thank you. And we can come back to any of you with questions that the board might have.
That would be correct.
All right, if board members have? Oh, before we do, all right. All right, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak to this application? Sorry, I missed that. It's been so long since we've had an audience that I forgot about you. All right, seeing no one, then we will move on to questions from the board.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I have questions for staff just so that I can understand. So if I'm just trying to get a feeling of what the site looks like. So if all of the property lines were far enough apart, and if these were all just accessory structures, are they under the required, are they under the limit of size of total accessory structures for a residential lot?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the structures, let's assume that the property was 80,000 square feet and met the duplex requirement. They then would be under that, yes.
Okay. And so then with so I'm looking at, so shed 1 is that tiny little one that's right next to the property line. So it sounds like the request is for 3 essentially kind of variances for the 3 different buildings. So forgetting the duplex part of it, for the 2 sheds, so not the cabin right now, but for the 2 sheds, would both of them be, is it allowed to have 2 sheds of that size on this size of property if we forget about where it lies next to the property line?
Madam Chair, members of the board, yes, they would be able to have 2 sheds.
Okay.
Those 2 sheds. Now, shed 2 would need to be 100 feet back instead of 65.
Okay.
Shed 1 would need to be 10 feet from the property line instead of 1.5.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have a question for the applicants. In your statement, you were saying that you were thinking of taking out that concrete pad in the middle between those 2 sheds. Looking at what this Soil and Water Conservation District recommended, they thought that might be a potential place for a stormwater basin. Have you had a chance to look at those recommendations, and what are your thoughts on those?
We did look at them, and we thought that that might not be the best place because it's such a walkthrough. But in front of the guest cabin and between the shed and the lake, those would be the 2 better options for a stormwater basin.
All right, other questions from members?
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff. Do the variances get recorded at the county for public record?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the variances do get recorded.
So when they did the title search, this did not come up?
No, and I checked again today. There's nothing entitled except that 2008 permit to allow the expansion of the home.
Okay. And then at any time was it represented to you by your agent or anyone else that was?
No, in fact, sorry.
That you could use that as a secondary.
On the real estate listing, it actually included like fix up the guest cabin to your liking or something like that. I can't remember the wording.
And that was
and it was a picture in the real estate listing.
And that was an element for us. We have 4 children. We have 4 grandkids already. We got 1 more coming in November, and we love our kids, but we also like space. And then our second-born grandchild. I'll be a rock star. Sorry. Our second-born grandchild, just because of my proximity to the mic, not because I'm a magnetic personality. Our second-born grandson is severely disabled, so having this small cottage, he likes smaller places, and so we thought this is ideal for Alex, our oldest, and his family to be in. So when we bought it, I mean, I'm not representing we would not have bought it if it didn't have the cottage, but that was a big attraction for us. So when we got some bids and a permit roll, and then we were told, no, this is it's illegal. Easy for me to say. It's a non-conforming structure. You can't do this. We were very surprised because that was the first that we'd heard that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Angie Berg, just to go a little bit off of Mike's, I think where you're going with this, and definitely construction site permits as were issued throughout the last 40 years are not recorded, only conditional use permits, variances, easements, things like that. What I can tell you is that in the last 10 years, the county department has started to look at all permits issued on a property before issuing a new permit. So that only begun 10 years ago. So in 2008, when the prior owner was granted a permit to do a significant expansion, we didn't look at all of the prior permits. We're learning that it's important to do that, or these non-compliant issues just continue to snowball decade after decade. So there wouldn't have been any way for them to know that this occurred other than to check with the department and make sure that the property was in compliance. But nothing would have been recorded, and we wouldn't represent that that happened either.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board members?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, just to follow up on Jill's question to staff. She was asking about the two sheds. There are three what I'll call outbuildings on this lot. I thought it was limited to two, but they can have three outbuildings as long as they meet the square footage requirement?
Madam Chair, members of the board, one of them, the smaller one, shed number 1, would be considered a water-oriented accessory structure, and that doesn't count against your total number of 2 that you have. And so, yes, they could have.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for the applicant. So when I looked at the cottage or the cabin, it did look like it is aged. So it sounds like you're only planning on changing the inside, but just because we recently had a variance application where they said, oh, we just need to replace this, and then they tore off half the building, and oh crap, the bottom supporting beam needed to be replaced too, and they needed another variance. So my concern is, especially with the significant water damage that happened to the cabin, what happens if it needs more than just internal fixing? If we approved a variance, would that allow them to rebuild in the same spot? Or what kind of implications would that have if that cottage needed more than just internal work?
Our intention is to restore it to what it was. And we're not going to alter the footprint. We're not going to make it bigger, taller, wider. If it turns out that the siding is rotted because the wood wicked moisture for months on end, then that would need to be replaced. And so, I mean, our intention is not to, we have a bid. We don't want to spend any more money than we have to be frank with you. But, the intention is to restore the building to functional use. So your question is a good one, but since my crystal ball broke when I was about 18, when I knew everything, I don't know. The honest answer is we're going to do, without changing the footprint, we're going to do what needs to be done to restore the structure so that it can be used. That's our intention, anyway.
Okay, a question for staff. If we were to grant this variance, then does that give them carte blanche to do whatever is needed? Or how is that as far as getting a building permit for whether they're redoing the inside or the outside or tearing down a wall or?
Madam Chair, Jamie, I can take that one, and going off of what Jill's comment is a good one, and it's a good question, because what this variance would do is it was noticed to leave as constructed, but we are in Munson Township. They do have building codes, so the Kempston and their contractor will work with the building inspector to make sure everything's meeting the requirements. This variance would give them the right to repair structural foundation issues, bearing walls, things like that. So if that weighs on your decision, you should know that there could be structural alterations allowed under this variance in order to comply with Minnesota State Building Code.
But it would limit it to the current footprint of the building, is that correct?
Exactly. Everything would be the same pitch of the roof, the same sidewall height, door locations, window locations could change, but that's pretty much it.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Jason Crone, question for the applicants. Obviously, you know, I put myself in your shoes, and I think it's very reasonable, everything you've gone through. As I look at our finding of facts and what we're trying to base our decision on, one factor is always, I'm looking at how does it fit within the comprehensive plan. Thus, the question came up briefly about the suggested water mitigation plans, which would actually be improving the site. Are you open to adopting one of those catch basins and some of the native plantings?
We're willing to work.
Very much so.
Okay.
Wait, where are my pants?
That's how it works in my home too, so all good. Yeah.
I grew up on a lake in the summer. Get it.
Yeah, right on. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other comments before we're ready to close?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for staff. So with regard to, it sounds like in order to have 2 residential buildings on a residential lot, it would have to be classified as a duplex. Is that what it sounds like you were saying, Jamie?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so yes, that is exactly what would be required to have 2 residential dwellings. Instead of the required 40,000 square feet, you need to have 80,000 square feet to have a duplex on a property.
How does that impact the auxiliary density unit ordinances that we have? Because an auxiliary density unit is usually a separated second place for someone to live, but it would be on the same lot. So I guess I don't understand what the difference is between a duplex or an accessory density unit, or if there's any other ordinance regarding those kind of things.
Madam Chair, Jill, I can take that. So the easy answer is accessory dwelling units as recently adopted by the county are not allowed in shoreland. If you're in shoreland, you're required to meet the minimum state requirement for a single, duplex, triplex, or quad. So you don't have to get confused on this one because it's not an option to be classified as that. It's classified under the duplex lot size, hence needing to come in front of you tonight.
Okay, so it's because of the shoreland, that's where auxiliary density units cannot be added, and it would have to be a duplex and a larger lot size to allow it at this time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, other comments or questions? All right, it looks like, did you have one, Dennis?
Madam Chair, one last question for the applicants. You don't have the drawing right in front of you that I have in front of me, but it has all the cement listed. Have you designated what cement you're going to remove?
Yes, we want to remove essentially the middle 1/3. So there's cement in front of the cottage that we would leave. There's a little bit cement in front of the shed. Shed 2, marked as shed 2. Just a team, but we would take out, I would say, 1/3 of that. You've been out there and seen it.
I would say, yeah, if you take your pointer, whoever's doing your pointer.
Here you go. I'll let you do.
Oh, wow. Wow, awesome. I gotta get
Please just continue to speak into the mic.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you.
So sorry.
All right, we would take out basically from, I'm drawing a circle or a square, we would plan on taking out that much concrete. There's a really ugly, and this is a really ugly strip of rock. It's ugly, and that will go too. And what we'd like to do is put grass, you know, put vegetation there, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Then are we ready to close the public hearing?
So move, Mike Kane.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Dave Gamrad, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed, and we will move on to findings of fact. Board members, we have a choice of doing the findings for both accessory structures and the gas cottage all as one finding, or we have the option of doing separate findings for each item. What is your preference?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, my preference would be to do it as one and then put a condition with like one catch basin and the suggested native plantings to that one proposal.
All right, other thoughts on that? It looks like everyone would be in agreement of doing one set of findings. All right, just a moment then. I need to find the right findings sheet. Okay, the findings that we will be addressing this variance request: to leave as constructed an illegal non-conforming guest cottage on a lot not meeting the minimum duplex lot width and area requirements, less than 100 feet landward of the OHWL on a lake classified as recreational development, and less than 10 feet from a side yard property on an R1 zoning district. Also, to leave as constructed an illegal non-conforming accessory structure less than 100 feet landward of the OHWL, and a non-conforming water-oriented accessory structure less than 10 feet from the side yard setback.
Madam Chair, if I may make a comment before we start.
Yes, go ahead.
And I'll ultimately agree with, with Member Crone's suggestion to do it as one. But I just want to note for the record that the reason I would agree is that the cabin is a 45-year-old issue. Otherwise, I would, really feel compelled that we should have two findings of fact. And I think it makes a difference because as we consider other similar variances in the future, I think there's some unique circumstances to this one that, allow it, if you will, to be one finding. So just wanted to note that for the record.
Okay. And Bonnie Mossman, Chair, and I'm going to agree with Dennis on that. If it weren't that there's so much history to this situation and it's a unique situation, I also would want it to be separate findings. But I believe in this situation we can do it as one.
Yeah, great statement. I appreciate you clarifying. My logic was exactly the same. So good job clarifying.
All right, then we will begin with findings. Number one, is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, it's a R1 zone district, so that is allowed.
All right, we have a yes for number one. Does anyone disagree or have other comments?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that the proposed use of the accessory structures is allowed in the zoning district, but the second or the third accessory, the cabin, I don't believe is currently allowed in the zoning district. However, I believe because it is 45 years old and it's still there, I'm going to say yes because of that. But I wanted to state on the record that if it were built today, it would not be.
All right, so we have a yes and a yes with reservation. Is there anyone that has a no or disagrees with that? Okay, seeing none, we would mark that as unanimous yes. Number two, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I do believe it is in harmony given the applicant's interest in water mitigation plan and their interest in removing a substantial amount of the cement. It looked like about half of it in front of the cottage and about 2/3 in front of shed number 2. I think with those two, it is in harmony with the general purposes and intent.
Okay, we have a yes for number 2. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with a comprehensive plan?
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
Mike Kane, as Dennis just alluded to, under Lakeshore Living Policy number 2, encourage shoreline protection and restoration methods such as vegetative buffers. And I believe if the family is willing to take that as a part of a plan, then it would fit that.
All right, thank you. We have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree with that?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I want to add, although staff did say that this would not be considered an accessory dwelling unit, on living under accessory dwelling unit policies number 2, it does say carefully manage ADUs in shoreland areas to ensure density is managed and shoreland aesthetics are not altered. I believe we are carefully managing this. It's a pre-existing structure. In my mind, I think it could be defined as an ADU if it weren't in a shoreland, but because the comprehensive plan specifically says ADUs in shoreland areas, I believe it is in harmony.
All right, so we have 2 comments that would be yes. Is there anyone that disagrees with that? Okay, hearing none, we'll mark that as a unanimous yes for number 3. Number 4, is the property owner proposing to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by the official controls? Well, I'm going to say I think it's reasonable to continue using a property in the way it's been used for the last 45 years, especially, since they were unaware that there was any problem. I think it is reasonable to use it as they purchased it. Any other comments, or anyone disagree or comments on that one? All right, we'll have a unanimous yes for number 4. Number 5, is the plight of the landowner due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, I think as Member Gregory mentioned earlier, it is definitely unique to this property and the history here. So it is definitely not due to it is the landowner's plight in this case in their purchase.
All right, so we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with that? Seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 6, will the variance maintain the essential character of the locality?
Madam Chair, Mike Keane, the character won't change because the buildings and everything have been there for so long that they'll be the same.
All right, we have a yes for number 6. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? All right, seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dave Gamrod, I believe economics were part of this discussion.
All right, we have a yes for number 7. Does anyone disagree with that or have other comments? All right, we will mark that as unanimous yes. Then we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I have a question here for staff. In the staff report, I know in other staff reports, if there are possible water mitigation requirements, they do talk about having, what is it called, the account to be able to pay for the water mitigation.
Escrow account.
The escrow account. In this case, it sounds like we are willing to approve the variance potentially. We haven't made the formal agreement on it yet, but I know that for me, it's very much heavily required upon having the native plantings and a stormwater basin, especially because these sheds are draining directly into the water. But this isn't an engineered storm plan. What do we do in this scenario? Do we say with the native plantings and a stormwater basin, or what kind of language do we put into this?
Madam Chair, and Jill, my plan or my thought was, and I should have stated it earlier, would be to do it based on the Stearns County water shed district's mitigation options, which would include one basin and then the vegetative buffers. And they're kind of outlined based on the shoreline slopes and stuff. In this particular case, we're making an improvement on something that's been there for 45 years. So to go add the additional cost of engineering a water plan, I think would be, I don't know that it would be appropriate in this sense. I think this is making a pretty drastic improvement. But that was my logic, so.
Well, I understand that, and I also understand from the staff, a few meetings prior, they had said that if they didn't have that kind of an escrow promise, then they just had to keep following up with the applicant and never necessarily getting to it. So that is my concern, is they want to use it as is. if we were going to approve it, we may approve it as is, but with these changes, and then we're making the county have to follow up. So I want to be fair to the county and fair to the applicants at the same time.
Do we have to state that within the proposal, what the conditions would be? Because what we could do is an escrow allowance, and it's going to end up being like earnest money or something that's down. I mean, I don't know that it's going to cover the cost of those mitigation. Oh, go ahead.
We're happy to put $500 in an escrow account if that helps. So, and it would be dedicated to doing that. And then if it costs more, we'll, within reason, pay more. But if that helps, I don't mean to interrupt, but if that helps.
That's in essence where I was thinking, was an earnest money. And realistically, depending on the landscape, it's probably going to be more than $500, but I don't know that we need to go crazy with that amount either. I think $500 or $1,000 is enough to keep someone, honest about getting it done. So,
I mean, if it needs to be $1,000,
that's the number I was thinking in my mind is $1,000.
And if for some reason it doesn't cost that much money, once the project is completed, that money then would be released back to you.
All right. With that good input, I will make a very long motion. And so I would move that we approve the applicant's request to leave as constructed an illegal, non-conforming guest cottage on a lot not meeting the minimum duplex lot width and area requirements. That's less than 100 feet landward of the ordinary high water level and less than 10 feet from a side property line. Also to leave as constructed an illegal non-conforming accessory structure less than 100 feet landward of the ordinary high water level and a non-conforming water-oriented accessory structure less than 10 feet from a side property line with 3 conditions. The first condition is that the applicants implement the water mitigation plan as proposed by Greg Berg. That was included in our package in its entirety. The second condition, that the applicants provide a $1,000 escrow account to ensure their implementation of this plan. And the third condition, that the applicants remove the cement that they indicated on the drawing during our meeting.
And my concern about that is to say that they indicated at the meeting, because we just kind of took a mark. Can we say like percent,
Sure, I'll say
minimum of 50% or something?
50% of the cement in front of the cottage and 65% of the cement in front of shed number 2.
Is that something that the applicant would feel would work for you?
Yeah, the cement in front of the, sure, I'm not going to argue over cement. I don't, in my head, I don't know what 50%, we're at 22% impervious, right? And so we want to get rid of most of the cement in there. I just don't want to get nickel-diming here about, well, you said to go here, you said to go there.
We were planning.
But I mean, you're saying, I was English major course, when you say 65%, we get out a tape measure and.
I clearly don't know the percentage, so I was watching your drawing, and
it's about half the cement, probably 2/3 the cement between the 2 buildings. She's better at math than I am. What do you think, Lisa?
Can we just say 50%?
I will say, I'll amend my motion to make it 50% of the cement in front of each building.
Or between the 2 buildings?
Sure.
That way, if they want more on one side and less on the other.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm just thinking it all helps in the water mitigation, so.
Yes, there's a
Madam Chair,
comment?
could they also have some flexibility on the location of that ponding? If you remember, they didn't want to put it between the building, but they did want to put it in there. So I think the motion was to follow exactly what that letter said, and they're asking for some flexibility. in doing that?
Madam Chair, I can address that. There's 3 options listed
Okay.
for the stormwater plan. So yes, I think you mentioned the one catch basin that's up on the screen working to the left, or possibly the other one to the right, but that central one wouldn't need to be used.
Okay, so the understanding there's options and they can work with
Yeah,
those options.
he has them
Yes.
labeled as option 1, option 2, and option 3.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
on
go
the
ahead.
same discussion, and Jamie and I will be working with Kempston and David to get this permitted. So I just want to be very clear. It's only the water mitigation, not the native buffer, correct?
No, it is both.
It is the entirety of the recommendation by Greg Berg.
Okay, so the green area is on the map and then one of the blue areas.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Correct.
As far as the green area goes, I mean, we're willing to put in a native buffer. Down there, I mean, we moved in and the neighbors have told me, Dave, we love it that you get the grass mowed. You're the first person, you've done more yard work in 1 year than the previous owner did in 10 or 15 years. So I want to do a buffer, but I don't want to, we have 125 feet of lakeshore. I don't want to have 100 feet of it be occluded by overgrown shrubbery. I don't mind having a buffer on one side or the other, and I'm fine with doing that. I want to work with the county, but I don't want to buy a place and then grow a bunch of huge shrubs that completely preclude all but a 25-foot look at the lake when I have 125 feet of lakeshore. So when I read this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, Mr. Gregory, I'm fine with a buffer on one side or the other, but I don't want to do what is essentially 100 feet of buffer if I'm reading these proposals correctly.
So the requirement, or not the requirement, the suggestion by Mr. Berg was 100 feet of buffer. My vote is predicated on there being 100 feet of buffer and 25 feet of opening. His suggestion indicates that that 25 feet of opening can be anywhere along the lakeshore. He happens to indicate on here where he's suggesting, but it can be anywhere. But my interest in voting for this variance is conditioned upon this water mitigation plan.
But as I read this plan, it doesn't say you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It says these are some suggestions that are out there. And so I appreciate that your vote is conditioned that way. But I mean, we bought this place. We did not know about this at all. We're trying to do the right thing. And I am happy to put a catch basin in, but I'm not going to plant shrubs that completely block the shoreline. And I know you say, well, you have 25 feet. Well, do the math. 25 divided by 125 is a very small amount, and I think that's too large of a request.
Yeah, I would say it wouldn't match any of the shoreline that we live on,
Which
I'm okay with having some of it not match. It's totally fine. I get that.
So I don't
Madam
want to
Chair.
lie to you and say I'll do that and then not do it.
Well,
I'd
yeah, I
rather
would
be
never do that.
straightforward now.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and we'll continue our discussion before we have our final vote. Dennis, you had some comments?
Madam Chair, just a point of order. There's a motion on the table, and the public hearing is over.
Closed,
Yeah.
yes. All right. So just to summarize, Dennis's motion is to approve with the 3 stated conditions. Is there a second to Dennis's motion with those particular conditions?
Jill DeLong, I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and I will call roll call. Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And I will also be a yes. So motion carries. If you have questions about, how to go forward, you can check with staff during regular business hours as to where you go from here. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, before we go on to the next item, since we're in a hybrid mode, I'd just like to thank everyone for their patience tonight as we continue to move through the agenda. We are expecting, we're on number 3, which is Hoyme, but number 4, we are expecting Patrick Farnham on the webcast with Cedar Creek Energy, and at this point we're unable to tell if he has joined us. So by me interjecting. We are asking if he is with us to, you're in person. Perfect. Welcome. Good.
All right, then we can go ahead with our proceedings in this current order.
Correct. And I would just like to also add that Mr. Hain and Mr. Gamrot, you need to speak up because we can't hear you. Thank you very much.
All right, our next item on the agenda is to consider a request from Richard and Diane Hoym. I'm hoping that's correct. Paynesville, Minnesota, from sections 10.2.11 of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a deck ahead of the established building line and less than 75 feet from the OHWL of Coronis Lake, which is classified general development. The said ordinance requires a deck to be constructed at or behind the established building line or 75 feet from the OHWL of a lake classified general development. The affected property is Lot 11, Block 6, and Lot 16, Block 3 of Sandy Beach on Lake Coronis, Section 27, Track 122 North, Range 32 West of Paynesville Township. The property address is 15441 Crown Crest Road, Paynesville, Minnesota. And is the applicant with us? If you could state your name and address for the record.
Richard and Diane Hoyme, 15441 Crown Crest Road, Paynesville, Minnesota.
Thank you, and we'll be back with you in just a minute. All right, we will do roll call as far as who was able to visit the site. To leave, okay, Dennis.
Yes.
Jill?
Yes, and I did speak with the applicants.
Okay, Mike?
Yes, and I also spoke with the applicant.
Dave?
Yes, and I also spoke with the applicant.
Jason?
Yes.
And I also visited the site. All right, if staff could give us an overview of the application.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The applicant is requesting to construct a new 13 by 76, 988 square foot residential accessory structure. No, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. I'm on number 4. I apologize. Let me get that back. I got the wrong one. Doesn't sound like the right one, does it? Okay, sorry. The applicants are proposing to construct a 15-foot by 14-foot, 210 square foot, and an 11-foot by 14-foot, 154 square foot, 2-level deck ahead of the established building line and approximately 60 feet from the ordinary high water level of Lake Coronis. The applicants currently own Lot 16, Block 3, Lot 11, Block 6 of Sandy Beach, and vacated Cedar Point Avenue adjacent to said lots. Sandy Beach was platted in 1921. The property is in an R1 zoning district. The tract contains approximately 30,108 square feet of lot area. The applicants purchased the property in 2018. There is an existing 1,040 square foot residential dwelling that was permitted and constructed in 1977. There is also a 624 square foot attached garage that was permitted and constructed in 1996. The Stearns County Assessor's records indicate the existing deck was constructed in 1977 with the dwelling, but there is no mention of the deck on the permit. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Lake Coronis, which is classified general development. Lake Coronis is on the list of impaired waters for mercury and fish. The septic system that services the dwelling was permitted and installed in 1996. A compliance inspection was conducted in 2021 and the system was found to be compliant. The current impervious lot coverage for the property is approximately 14%. The proposed impervious lot coverage when the project is complete will be approximately 15%. Paynesville Township, Coronis Lake Association, North Fork of the Crow River Watershed District, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and we have not received any correspondence with regards to this request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then we'll move on to the applicant, and if you have comments you'd like to share with us.
I don't believe we have any specific comments because we spoke with some of you and the application speaks for itself.
All right, thank you. Then is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this application? Anyone at all? All right, seeing none. Board members, if you could have time to any questions or comments that you might have in regard to this application.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for the applicant. Could you explain a little bit why the deck needs to be replaced and why you decided to make the size of the deck larger than it currently is?
Yes, thank you. The current deck needs to be replaced because it is aging and there's some of the wood underneath. It just needs, it's reached its life expectancy. One of the reasons we want to expand the size of the deck is at our stage in life, this is the first time now that we're retired, we're actually using a deck for entertaining people. And the more space that we have, the better it would be used. We also want to replace the current deck with a deck that visually from the lake will be less visible because we don't want to have a railing on the front. And we want it to be aesthetic in terms of what is seen from the lake and also for the impact on the lot itself is minimal. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
All right, additional questions?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, question for the applicants. Greg Berg has a proposed water mitigation plan for your property as well. What are your thoughts on the water mitigation plan that he proposed?
My thoughts are twofold. I've talked with Greg about this as well. I am in favor of the mitigation process. The paradox is none of our property drains towards the lake. It all drains either to the west or to the north. So whether the mitigation is necessary, I don't know. That's not my specialty. But I also don't like lake lots where you mow right up to the edge. I don't think it looks good, and I don't think it's a good practice ecologically. I spoke with Greg a little bit about, I'm not real clear about in what he is proposing for the mitigation about, what's a shrub, what's a tree. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about, I don't know what it would look like. That's a question more than a response to your question.
Appreciate your comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, additional questions or comments?
Well, Madam Chair, to the applicant's point, and I think it's something that we could talk about on this one, just knowing the way that lot is oriented. I don't know that it necessarily makes sense 25 feet straight in off the lake shore. I think it's nice to set a precedence in these cases by getting some native vegetation in, but we may want to be a little bit different with our selection than just a straight up Greg Berg's recommendations. Just based on this particular lot, it may not make the most sense based on that property. Some kind of a buffer, but maybe we just say 10 feet off the lake shore and as necessary for drainage or something. And I think I appreciate your comment earlier. That's part of the intent with a lot of these, is to start to change the mindset overall of lakeshore property and in restoring some of that natural area along the shore itself.
And I would agree with that, and I think this particular property really emphasizes why it's really important for us to go out on site and look, because when I was out on site and looked, and you could see the topography of the land, and you could visually see which way the rain was going to drain. It wasn't going to drain to the lake. It was going to drain to that one side property more than anywhere toward the lake.
Madam Chair, I would agree with both your comments and Member Crone's comments. And Jason, we're on the same wavelength here because I had written down 10 feet before you said it. And I was just thinking the native grasses and the wildflowers in that 10 feet. And so I would agree. It's much more about, somewhat aesthetics, maybe a little bit of filtering of water that's right by the lake. But this is, I think, a different. And I thought the remnant ice ridge, I have to admit I was out there, but I don't remember seeing the remnant ice ridge. I don't know how high it is.
All it means is it's like most of the grass, the lawn is here, and then it just makes this little ridge where the ice is just.
Okay.
Yeah. Fortunately, we have those 3 huge cottonwood trees which sort of hold everything there.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions before we close the public hearing? All right.
So move to close.
We have a motion to close. Is there a second?
Jason Crone, seconds.
All right. A motion by Mike and a second by Jason. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We're ready to move on to findings. And provided to me from staff was separate findings for to leave as constructed the existing deck and to construct a deck ahead of the established building line and less than 75 feet from the lake. Is that the wishes of the board, is to do those separately?
Madam Chair, are both necessary? Because it sounds like they don't want the current deck because it's not going to last very long. Do we need both of them?
Madam Chair, members of the board, can I clarify that for you?
Yes, please.
Sure. So if you were to deny the request, then we would need to do an after the fact finding for the existing deck because that was never permitted. Although constructed in 1970, it was not on the permit. And so if you deny the first one, then we have to go through the second one to allow them to keep the deck that they have, if that makes sense.
Got it. So we want to do, so the first motion, or the first findings we want to do is to construct a deck ahead of the established building line and less than 75 feet from the OHWL of Coronis Lake, classified as general development. All right. So question number 1, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, it is allowed to have a deck in R1 zoning district.
All right, we have a yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? Seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 2, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, the controls are in place to help minimize the impact of water runoff on lakeshore properties with the suggested mitigation options. And truthfully, in this case, it's more probably cosmetic than anything. That will help address that concern and the reason for the official control.
All right, we have a yes for number 2. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? Seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with the comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, yes. Under living goals, number 3, support housing options that give people in all life stages and of all economic means viable choices for safe, stable, and affordable homes. And under Lakeshore Living Policies, number 8, that the project preserves sightlines and does not negatively impact view sheds of adjacent properties.
All right, we have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? Seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I believe it's reasonable to want to update your deck to a solid state and expand it slightly.
All right, we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree or have additional comments? Okay, seeing none, mark that as unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, it's unique to the property in the fact that, again, older homes along lake shores, and they used to be built a lot closer than what the guidelines allow today. So if this home would be located, another 50 feet off the lake, there would be no issue here and no need for a variance.
All right, we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with that?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I'd like to also add that the existing deck is also less than 75 feet. It does need to be replaced, and so that was before the applicants purchased the property, so I am also a yes.
Okay. We have 2 yes comments for number 5. Does anyone disagree with yes or have any other comments? All right. We'll mark number 5 as unanimous, yes. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality.
Madam Chair, Dave Gamrod, it won't change anything. There are other decks and things in that area.
All right, we have a yes for number 6. Anyone disagree or have other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Keane, economics weren't discussed as part of this application.
All right, we have a yes for number 7. Does anyone disagree? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous yes, and we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the applicant's request for a variance to construct a deck ahead of the established building line and less than 75 feet from the ordinary high water level, and with 2 conditions. The first condition is that they maintain the remnant ice ridge along the shoreline, and the second condition is that they would have a plant buffer consisting of native grasses and wildflowers that would extend 10 feet landward along all but 14 feet of the shoreline.
All right, we have a motion, and do we have a second?
Jason Crone seconds.
All right, we have a second. I'll do a roll call on the remaining members. Jill?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I am also a yes. So motion carries. If you have additional questions, you can check with staff during regular business hours.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is number 4, to consider a request from Cedar Creek Energy on behalf of Anella M. Bechtold Revocable Trust, Richmond, Minnesota, from Section 6.2.1A of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to construct a 988 square foot residential accessory structure, ground mount solar array on a 1.5 acre property, resulting in a total maximum accessory building area of 2,188 square feet. The said ordinance allows for a total maximum accessory building area of 1,500 square feet from a property with a lot size of 1 to 1.99 acres. The affected property is Lot 5, Block 1 of Schroeder Estates, Section 30, Track 123 North, Range 30 West of Wakefield Township. The property address is 18941 of Fraser Court, Richmond, Minnesota.
Madam Chair, before you continue on this item, please, we do need verification from our next 2 applicants.
The
agenda number 5 and 6, Bayer and Glenn's. Are they in person or are they online?
All right, is there someone from the Bayer?
Okay, Glenn's is here.
And
Perfect.
what about Glenn's? All right.
Okay, thank you,
All
Madam
right,
Chair.
thank you. All right, so if you could state your name and your address of the applicants, please.
I'm Roger Bechtold. I'm here representing Adela Bechtold, my wife. 18941 Fraser Court, Richmond, Minnesota.
All right.
Patrick Farnham, representing Cedar Creek Energy, 3624 42nd Avenue South, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
All right, thank you. And then if we could have the report, or first if we could do a roll call on who visited the property. Dennis?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes, and I spoke with the applicant.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And Bonnie Mossman, Chair, I also visited the site. All right, if staff could give us an update, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The applicant is requesting to construct a 13 by 76, 988 square foot residential accessory structure, ground mounted solar array. The proposed 988 square foot structure combined with the existing 1,200 square foot structure will total 2,188 square feet of an accessory building area, 688 square feet in excess of the allowed. The applicant currently owns Lot 5, Block 1 of Schroeder Estates. Schroeder Estates was platted in 2004. The property is in an R1 zoning district. The total lot area is approximately 1.57 acres. The applicants purchased the property in 2008. A lot of 1 to 1.99 acres is allowed 1,500 square feet of maximum accessory building area. The residential accessory structure standards in the shoreland only allow 2, which they will be meeting. The lot currently has residential dwelling and 1 residential accessory structure of 1,200 square feet that were permitted and constructed in 2009. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Cedar Island Lake, which is classified as recreational development. Cedar Island is on the list of impaired waters for nutrients and mercury in fish. The septic system that services the dwelling was permitted in 2009 and installed in 2010. A compliance inspection was completed on the septic system in 2021. The system was found to be compliant. The current impervious lot coverage is approximately 21%. The proposed impervious lot coverage when the project is completed will be approximately 23%. Alternatives to the request are to construct a solar array that does not exceed 300 square feet, or to construct a roof-mounted solar array. Wakefield Township, Sauk River Chain of Lakes Association, Sauk River Watershed District, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified, and we have not received any other correspondence with regards to this request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if we could hear from the applicant then.
Madam Chair and board members, thanks for making some time for us tonight. So we've been working with Mr.
I think you're going to need to be closer to the mic. Go ahead and move. You can physically move the mic closer to you.
Is that much better?
Is it on?
Should be, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for making some time for us tonight. We've been working with Mr. Bechtold for some time now in planning his solar array. He came to us the better part of a year ago, and we put a lot of time into picking out the best part on his property to place the array, and then also sizing the array accordingly to meet his energy needs. Mr. Bechtold had told me that he had also put a lot of time into the planning and building of his own home. And when he built his home about 10 years ago, made the conscious decision to make it as energy efficient as he could, and selected non-fossil fuel using appliances or heating methods rather, such as geothermal heating. The solar array is really the last piece that he needs to make his home truly energy efficient and self-sufficient. we've gone through a very lengthy review process, with Xcel Energy. It lasted the better part of 6 months. We just received the approval on that, and at this point, it's really just contingent on this variance. We did look at some of the alternative options that the county had presented, such as moving the array to the roof of one of the buildings. Unfortunately, the roof, we don't really have much of a choice on the angle of the panels, which is very important into the output of the solar array. So if we were to move the array to the roof of the outbuilding, for instance, that would reduce the system's generation by nearly 20%. It would also make it very difficult and dangerous to maintain the system, which is important, such as removing snow from the system, which we obviously get plenty of snow in the winter. Having it as a ground-mounted array makes it much easier to maintain, optimizes the output of the system, and again, generates as much energy as possible to meet the applicant's needs. Lastly, in making sure that it's in line with the 2040 comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan mentions solar or renewable energy nearly 40 times. So, it's clear that this is the direction the county is moving towards, is adopting more clean energy options and allowing their residents to do so. So although the ordinance doesn't necessarily explicitly allow the proposed system as it is currently written, it does seem likely that this will change as the goals of the 2040 plan are eventually implemented. Do you want to add anything? And then lastly, I do know Mr. Bechtold had spoken with his surrounding neighbors and gotten signatures, which I believe he shared a letter with the board, basically getting the written sign off from his neighbors that they're okay with having the ground-mounted array installed.
I turned it into the office on Monday.
And we do have a copy of that if you'd like to take a look.
All right, we'll take just a moment while that item can be shared with the board.
Those are the adjacent property owners right in the Fraser Court area that's surrounded.
Madam Chair,
thank
we're
you.
not going to be able to pick up Mr. Bechtold unless he speaks into the microphone. He's not going to be coming through, so.
Yep, you turn the microphone right in front of your face.
I was saying that there's one or two of those property owners that's not able to locate or not able to get your signature, but I've spoken to them previously and they're in favor of it. It's just the fact that they come up there maybe once a month, once every 2 months, so it's just a matter of having to catch them when they're there, and I was not able to.
All right, thank you. All right, we are ready for comments and questions from the board. Oh, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this request? All right, anyone at all? All right, we'll move on to questions and comments from the board.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, question for staff. I see that under agriculture, we have ordinances based off of having solar panel arrays. The confusion that I have is, I guess mentally for me, and I'm not an expert, but I don't see the solar array as being an accessory structure. It's more of a utility structure. I'm trying to think of like the plastic, bin boxes that are this big that hold the utilities for newer housing construction. And I realize the solar arrays are much bigger than that. But are there any other counties or states that have ordinances for residential areas and this kind of utility structure?
Madam Chair, Angie Berg, and Stearns County has been in the forefront of solar energy in the state of Minnesota. I think we've changed our ordinance 7 times, and I don't see it changing for solar accessory. I know that the board has heard the Board of Adjustment has heard one other request for a variance, which was subsequently denied for a similar situation. The idea with solar as an accessory is it's accessory to the property because the energy is being consumed on site. It's not going out to the grid. And so the idea of the committee back in 2016 when they allowed for solar accessory, but it has to be included in your accessory building area, is to limit it. It's to have a limit. And in shoreline, it's even more important to have a limit. So you pick. You're either having an accessory structure or you're having the solar accessory structure. And so I understand and appreciate your comment. Do other counties and states do it differently? I'm sure they do. I can only tell you what Stearns does, and I think it's probably reasonable to stay as it is unless there's some change predicated by the county board or the planning commission. So, and the other thing that I would like to add, and this is, Jamie, unfortunately, wasn't able to share this with him, but solar is not counted as impervious. And so I know the report indicates that, but we have typically always made that determination. Solar accessory and solar farms are not considered impervious lot coverage. So again, it's even more important that it's limited, or it would be unlimited. If you were going to exempt solar accessory from your building area size, then we'd have to do something different with impervious. So we're trying to keep it streamlined, allow options. Unfortunately, the accessory structure here was built without the solar in mind, or it could have been reoriented north-south facing, and then that would have been potentially an option as well.
Thank you. And then one more question too. Under the agricultural for clean energy policies, it does say to continue to require beneficial habitat ground cover on solar sites. You know, again, this is residential instead of agriculture, but has the applicant thought at all about the habitat ground cover in that solar array area?
It's actually lawn that is being mowed out, or its grass is being mowed continuously now. That's where it's going to be mowed. Is that the question?
Could you please? Yep.
Right now, it's an area, the rectangular shaped area there. I do mow grass that area. So yes, there is grass cover. It's grass covered at this point. And
will it continue to be mowed, or will you have wildflowers growing there, or what is your plan for once the solar array would be there?
I don't really see a whole lot of change with the ground cover once it's in, because I'll be able to mow underneath it, and in front of it I can trim, trim grass or any higher grass that's around there, whatever.
Okay, so question for staff then, for in agricultural settings, when it says beneficial habitat ground cover on solar sites, what does that usually mean for agricultural sites?
For residential.
Well, I know this is a residential one, but I'm looking at the agricultural. This is, I guess, me being nosy.
Madam Chair, Member DeLong, the way the comprehensive plan is written is for solar farms. So, and Jason Crone, as our Planning Commission member, could speak to that, but every solar farm that's approved requires beneficial habitat underneath the entire fenced area. And so the county ordinance requires that. The county ordinance does not require it for solar accessory in this situation, or even in a situation where you may have someone in the ag district who wants solar accessory, but it's not a solar farm. So not required in this case unless you would make a nexus or connection between that. We have not seen solar accessory required to have the pollinator-friendly habitat.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for the applicant. I'm looking at how you located the solar array. Looking at the surrounding property, and I do know that on your petition, neighbors signed it. But did you consider moving it closer to the accessory structure so that it would be not quite as much in the view of the neighboring, people that will be almost driving right past it, in and out of their own properties?
Yes, I have considered it. I've been watching it for the last several to 3 years as to the location of the sun and how the sun affects it, so forth, when the sun comes up and the sun goes down, and the effect it would have on the shadowing of the sun affecting it, so forth. And this comes out to about the best to get the maximum exposure to the sun.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Dave Gamrod, a question for the applicant. Are these solar panels, they're set at an angle? Are we looking at the total measure of square feet of the panel, or are we looking at the amount of ground that it covers?
My understanding is that it's the face of the panel. So that
The
just
face of the panel.
Yeah, that's how it's
But
being
it would be covering much less ground like a roof.
at a 30-degree angle, so yes, it
It's
would.
at a 30-degree angle, so
Yep.
chances are it's only covering, I don't know what the math would be on it, but it would be covering, the actual covering of Earth would be much less than what the amount of solar panel is.
Right, yeah, it would be less.
I don't know if they take that into consideration. That probably would lower his lot coverage by quite a bit.
Madam Chair, and that's not obviously in consideration in the ordinance, the degree of the tilt, the angle. But again, we're not counting it as impervious. So that's the give and take here.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, but is it counted towards the square foot of the accessory structure limit?
Correct.
So we're counting it as a flat panel
Yes.
versus as an angled panel.
Correct.
So the 988 square foot, it could be smaller than that due to the angle of the panels.
Right.
I think that's what he's saying.
Exactly. And I understand your point. I'm saying it's not factored in the ordinance that way. And part of the reason is, as I stated, it's because we're not also counting it as impervious lot coverage.
Yeah. But it would make a consideration of him being over the maximum coverage if this took in 1/3 less area.
If that's what you decided.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And I'm guessing these are stationary units. They're not the ones that move?
That's correct. It's called a fixed tilt array. So yeah,
Okay.
they stay at 30 degrees.
All right, thank you. Okay. Other questions and concerns from the board?
Madam Chair, question for the applicant. Did you consider a combination of putting solar array on the roof and a, whatever you just called this, fixed on the ground?
Yeah. Yeah, we can look into that. The cost goes up significantly when you have two options instead of one. And there's also a lot more soil disturbance as far as trenching between the two versus one continuous trench. You have to disturb more land, run conduit up the side of the house or the roof. Then the issues that we brought up before as far as serviceability, maintenance and snow removal, as well as the lower angle of the roof compared to the 30-degree pitch that we have them at on the ground will reduce the total generation of the system, which is why we opted to keep everything on the ground.
Yeah, I just, you know, in one side, you know, I'm thinking this is a good thing. We're generating, you know, power. At the same time, we're going to get more of these requests coming in front of us, and so if we don't have those particular limitations, as far as size, you know, while each one of these variance requests are unique, and there are different circumstances to each one, I think the difficulty will be differentiating between the request And so the next one that comes, that's 700 feet, or about 700 feet over the accessory structure amount. I think it'll just be difficult as a Board of Adjustment to continue to approve and or deny each one of the requests that come forward. And so I think future requests will, looking at a solar mount on a roof will be important. Everyone in Minnesota who has a solar mounted roof has to deal with the ice and the snow and the weather conditions. And so I know I'm rambling a little bit, but it's very difficult because this is a new momentum that's occurring as far as generating electricity, and we have to get it right so that we don't have neighborhoods full of solar arrays that eventually neighbors are not happy with, right? So.
Madam Chair, a question for the applicant. When I spoke to you this weekend, you said that this size was an optimum size to cover part of your power bill. Could you say again how much this array will cover of your power bill again, please?
So Excel allows us to size these systems up to 120% of the previous year's usage. I don't have the exact number, but I know it's under that threshold. I want to say it's closer to like 80 or 90% offset.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, quick discussion. Kind of to Dennis's point, I think you look at it right from a precedent standpoint. I did the same thing. I looked at it the same way, but I came to a different conclusion for a different reason. And what I thought about is, what's the point of these ordinances in the first place? And it's try to prevent land conflict issues, right? I mean, property owner issues and environmental issues. And knowing that that's the reason, then I look at this particular incident, or this case, I should say. If we want to prevent land use conflict, fortunately here we don't have one. This particular property sets up where it's located. It's really not going to be a water issue. If you look at the neighbors, they're all cool with it. It's one of those deals where it's like, I was thinking of it from the exact same standpoint. What do we do the next time we get one of these? But this is completely unique to this property and to the layout. So I guess from that perspective, I was like, yeah, I think this is cool. And it's going to be hard to compare from a precedent standpoint going forward, just because it is unique to this site. Appreciate your thoughts, though, because I always try to think of precedents and being consistent as well from a decision-making process. When you get something like this, it's really hard to be consistent because no property and no neighborhood is set up quite like this one is.
I have a question for the applicant and possibly the person from Excel. In order to meet the standard of accessory structure, this would be what, about half it would need to be about half the size?
I believe it was to meet the ordinance. Just find my note here. It was, I think, 300 and some odd square feet of allowed.
So it'd be about a third, I suppose.
So yeah, it shook out to 28%.
Did you consider, anything, smaller than this size?
From an efficiency standpoint, and am I willing to spend the money and only get 30% of the bang for my dollar? I guess if I want to just, say it that way. Versus if this year is going to cover 80% of what I need and so forth. My greatest usage is in the wintertime because I got electric geothermal. That's my greatest usage of power and so forth. And that's when, if I can obtain this 18.4 kilowatts or whatever, that's the ideal situation. So just one other comment, if I may make, going back to the layout of the lot and so forth, just to the immediate north of that is, I want to say it's a hill, it's somewhat of a hill, it's tucked down right in by it. So a concern I had was the lady, Dolores Schroeder, who owns the property next to mine, if she was, if she was in favor or opposed to it, whatever. She says, no, Roger, that's the ideal spot for it. The sun comes right in there and so forth. As far as visibility from what she has, visibility from the lake is very minimal. So she is very much in favor.
And then one other question leading off of one of your comments. You said it would be primarily in the winter time that this would take care of 80% of your energy. When you're not in the heating season, then is there excess energy that's just not being used?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, will be excess generated in the summertime.
And that excess energy is pushed back through the meter and onto the grid, so Xcel Energy can use that power. And then they compensate the homeowner for the excess generation. So it's not necessarily wasted, it's pushed back out for others to use.
The meter runs the other way.
Yeah, my thought is just if it were sized to, not necessarily meet 100% of the winter needs, but, if it met 100% of the non-heating season needs, maybe that would be the size, to go with. Just a thought.
Madam Chair, I have one more question for the applicant. Is there any reflection off of the panels, like towards the lake?
No, we've had glare studies done in the past. To function properly, the panels need to absorb the sunlight, so they minimize the reflectivity of them. There will be some, inherent reflection, but the 30-degree pitch, you'd have to be at a, I don't know how high off the ground you'd have to be to actually get reflection in your eyes, but it'd be pretty high off the ground at that 30-degree angle.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions or comments before we close the public hearing? All right, do we have a motion to close?
Dennis Gregory, so moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Dave Gamrad.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, hearing none. Motion carries. Public hearing is closed. And we'll move on to the findings. To construct a 988 square foot residential accessory structure, ground mount solar array on a 1.5 acre property resulting in a total maximum accessory building area of 2188 square feet. Okay, number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, yes, it is allowed to have a residential accessory structure in a residential zone, and that does include solar arrays.
All right, we have a yes for number one. Anyone disagree or have other comments? Seeing none, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls, yes or no?
Madam Chair, the official controls obviously designed to manage land conflict issues with the accessory buildings and structures that are oversized for the lot and the property. In this case, it's a different form of structure than what you typically see. And I think based on this lot and the location of where these are going to be going, that it's appropriate in this case.
All right, we have one yes for number two. Anyone disagree or have other comments? All right, I'll mark that yes unanimously. Number three, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, yes, under connectivity, sustainability and resiliency policies to support policies, programs, best practices, and efforts that promote reuse of resources, energy efficient equipment and development, and reduction of energy use.
All right, we have a yes for number 3. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? All right, hearing none, I will mark that as unanimous. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner.
Madam Chair, Dave Gamrad, I think it's reasonable for a citizen to try to lower his fossil fuel usage at this time of the
Okay, we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, I am going to say that it is unique to the property in the perspective of if it was not associated or is in close proximity with Lakeshore, I believe if I understood staff right, there would have been another option for how these could have been classified. But because of that, it was a trade-off. It's either the accessory structure, or it would have been something else. And so you take this property away, and my understanding is this would have not been as much of an issue. Unless I'm misunderstanding that, that would be more of the plight of the property than the landowner.
Okay, and I am going to say no on this one for the reason that I believe it is the plight of the landowner because it's his request to have it the size that he wants it. I guess I'm just real concerned about, we stretch it to be 600 feet over this time, and so the next time somebody wants it 1,200 feet, and next time somebody wants it 1,500 feet. I don't feel that the county's in obligation to make it the most financially productive to them. I think they could have maybe had a system that was somewhat smaller, and I probably would have said yes if it was slightly over, but it's quite a bit over. So I'm going to say no. So we do roll call on this one since we have 1 yes and 1 no. And if there's other comments before we do a roll call.
Madam Chair, Dave Gamrad, my comment would be is because these panels are set at a 30-degree angle, they're not covering the total area, such as a roof. So they're not, they're not basically covering that much ground. So I would say that he's probably, when they're at a 30% angle, you set something up at a 30% angle, it doesn't cover that whole surface. So I would say that he's probably significantly less in actual ground coverage if you took a square and went down on each side. And when we measure a building, we don't count the roof area as part of the building. It's silhouette on the ground. And for us to measure one in one way and the other one in a different way, I think is not correct. So in that form, I would vote yes, it is appropriate, because I think that the numbers would be significantly less over the amount of what's allowed.
Okay, so I'll mark you down as a yes.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong.
Yes.
Additionally, it sounds like and I could be wrong, but it sounded like the accessory structure was built 10 years ago, and the ordinances have changed, according to staff, 7 times recently in the last few years. So this is something that is changing. The minds of people are changing. The technology is changing. The ordinances are changing. I believe that if the applicant had known what the requirements would have been for solar energy 10 years ago when he built the accessory structure, he probably would have oriented it a different way. I don't think that that he should be punished for not knowing all the changes that would happen in the last 11 years for this technology that keeps changing, where the ordinances aren't even stable enough at this time. And it sounds like Stearns County is at the forefront of these kind of ordinances. So even the rest of the country isn't quite sure yet how to deal with residential solar arrays. I believe that wanting to build this to meet 80% of the energy usage is very admirable. And is not something to sneeze at. 80% of electrical use is a lot. And if they had to build it smaller, that would mean significantly more use of fossil fuels. So that's why I'm a yes. I think that it is not, it is due to circumstances unique to the property, and that 10 years ago or 11 years ago when he built the accessory structure, the technology was different, the ordinances regarding the property were different. Everything has changed since then, so I think it is unique to the property in where it exists and when it exists.
Okay, my thought on your comments are that I believe that could apply to any property for any ordinance, because we never know when an ordinance is going to change. So we have 3 yeses, 1 no. So then I'll call for yes or no from Dennis.
I am admittedly in a real difficult quandary in my mind on this one. I appreciated Member Gamrat's thoughts. It's not called impervious surface because it's not like a building. It is, whether it's at 30 degrees or not, the land underneath this, underneath these solar arrays is going to soak up the water. So it's not draining off water like we're normally concerned about by a lake. The neighbors, right, wrong, or indifferent, despite my concerns if I was a neighbor, they're okay with it. The applicant indicated there's a hill there, which I saw when I was out there. So that does make it somewhat unique to this property. At the same time, I'm a little bit concerned about where this all goes in the future. And so I do hope the county, this board, and others gain collective wisdom over time about how to deal with solar arrays. But for this particular variance, I will vote yes.
Okay, Mike?
I'm in the same kind of funk. I could go either way. But as Dennis had stated, the uniqueness of that lot and on the side hill, it's not really a developable piece of land that he could use for anything else. And the fact that they do sit at a 30-degree angle does take less of a footprint, so my vote would also be a yes.
Okay, and then Jake is not present. So we have 1 no and 5 yeses, which makes question 5 yes. Number 6, the variance, if granted, maintains the essential character of the locality.
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, I'm going to give it a yes. I'm going to say that it's a minimal change to the essential character of the area. Really, because of the location of it, it's not visible from the lake. It's really not visible from the road to the north for all the other residents accessing their properties. So I would say it is minimal.
Okay, so we have 1 yes for number 6. Do we have anyone disagree or have other comments? Well, I'm going to say yes with reservation because I think it is. I agree with Member Crone that it's minimal, but I do feel it, you know, it is in the view of other residents. So, any other comments? Then we'll make that a unanimous yes. Number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I believe that although it does impact economics because it is impacting how the applicant will pay for their power, it also involves the environment and use of fossil fuels, and so I believe it is more than economic considerations.
And I will agree with that. Anyone disagree with that or have other comments? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous. Yes, we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the applicant's request for a variance to construct a 988 square foot residential accessory structure consisting of a ground mount solar array.
All right, so we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, Mike Kane, I will second that.
Okay, then we'll do roll call on the remaining members. Jill?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And I am a yes. So motion carries. And if you have additional questions, you can check with staff during regular business hours.
Madam Chair, request for a bathroom break?
Yes, we'll take a, let's see, it is 8:35. 8:45, we will resume session. 10 minutes, or is 5 enough? But I think 10 is fine. So 8:45. All right, our next item on our agenda is item number 5, and that is to consider a request from JK Landscaping Construction LLC, Shauna Pace, on behalf of Jonathan and Susanna Bayer on Paynesville, Minnesota, from sections 5.1.2A1 and 5.1.2C1 and 3 and 10.2.11A2 and 5 of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to expand the use of an existing legal non-conforming accessory structure that is located wholly within the shore impact and bluff impact zones. Also, to reconstruct a deck that is ahead of the established building line in the bluff impact zone. The said ordinance requires a deck to be constructed at or behind the building line and does not allow for the expansion, addition, or alteration of a non-conforming accessory structure within the shore impact and bluff impact zones. The affected property is Lot 4 and the easterly 5 feet of Lot 5, Block 1, and the easterly 77.79 feet of Lot 2, Block 2, Johnson's Bay. Section 32, Track 122 North, Range 32 West of Paynesville Township. And the property address is 14232 Bluefield Road, Paynesville, Minnesota. And if the applicant could state their name and address for us, please.
Jerry Cones, 19512 Hubble Road, Clearwater, Minnesota.
And you're representing JK Landscaping, is that correct?
Yeah, JK Landscape.
Thank you. And we'll be back to you in just a little bit. First, we'll do roll call on who was able to visit the property. Dennis?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jason?
Yep.
And I also visited the property. So if staff could please give us an overview of this request.
Madam Chair, Jamie, real quick, we do have Mr. Bayer on the phone, we believe, not by audio, but we can certainly check and see if Jonathan is with us.
Can you all hear me? This is Jonathan Bayer. I am here.
Yes, we can. Thank you. And we'll give you an opportunity to speak as well, in addition to your representative that's here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if staff could give us an overview, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The applicants are proposing to reconstruct the existing 10-foot by 20-foot, 200-square-foot legal non-conforming accessory structure. The use of the structure is being expanded by adding a flat roof and railing, which will allow the top of the structure to be used as a deck. The structure is 21 feet from the ordinary high water level of Lake Coronis, 7 feet from the property line, and in the bluff impact zone. The applicants are also proposing to reconstruct a new 473 square foot deck ahead of the established building line, 57 feet from the ordinary high water level of Lake Coronis and in the bluff impact zone. The applicant currently owns Lot 4 and the easterly 5 feet of Lot 5 in Block 1 and the easterly 77.79 feet of Lot 2 in Block 2 of Johnson's Bay. Johnson's Bay was platted in 1965. The property is in the R1 zoning district. The tract contains 12,500 square feet of lot area on the lake side of Bluefield Road. The applicant purchased the property in 2020. There is an existing 960 square foot residential dwelling permitted and constructed in 1973. There is also a 280 square foot accessory structure that was permitted and constructed in 1976. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Lake Coronis, which is classified general development. Lake Coronis is on the list of impaired waters for mercury and fish. The septic system that services the dwelling was permitted and installed in 2004. A compliance inspection was completed in 2020. The system was found to be compliant. The current impervious lot coverage for the property is 20.3%. The proposed impervious lot coverage with permeable pavers installed for the driveway and sidewalk on the road side of the property will be approximately 24.9%. Alternatives to the request are to replace the existing legal non-conforming accessory structure without expansion of the use, or to replace the existing deck with its current dimensions. Paynesville Township, Coronis Lake Association, North Fork of the Crow River Watershed District, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request, and we do not have any other correspondence with regards to this request. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And if we could have the applicant, I don't know who wants to go first, Mr. Bayer or Mr. Coates?
I can go first if you want.
Go ahead.
So, Jamie's got a pretty good description of everything going on. So basically, what triggered the variance, I guess, was it sounded like everything was permitted under a minor permit and a construction site permit until we talked about instead of having a pretty flat roof, you could say, on the existing boathouse, switching that to a deck. Currently, the existing roof, it's a shingled roof. The peak might sit up 6-8 inches higher than the eaves, so it's not much of a slope the way it is. My understanding is the buyers already utilize it essentially as a patio. They sit up there with chairs, just so they can watch the kids play and everything down by the lake. In rebuilding this, they would like to convert it to an actual deck, flat surface with railing, so it's much safer. And then since we were going that route and trying to get a variance to do it that way, they decided also to try to make the deck a little bit more user-friendly. They're actually scaling back. As you can tell, they're bringing the leading edge of the deck back approximately 3 feet further away from the lake, instead of building it the shape it is now. I think that pretty much sums up the two main issues.
All right, thank you. All right, if is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this application? Anyone at all? All right, we are ready to move on then to questions or comments from the board. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Bayer. Does Mr. Bayer have any additional comments that you would like to make?
No, this is Mr. Bayer, and no, Jerry covered it pretty well. It was summed it up nicely.
Okay, sounds good, and we'll have you on hand for any questions that we might have.
Okay.
Madam Chair, question for staff. Could you clarify, this is Jill DeLong, could you clarify what the impacts are of changing the use of the roof of the accessory structure is for the county?
Sure, Madam Chair, members of the board. With a flat roof that they're proposing, it's looked at right now, it doesn't appear that it's been used. Now, we have no way of saying yes or no whether they've sat on the roof before and used it. Generally, on a pitched roof with shingles, it could be a challenge to have a chair up there. So our decision as a department was that, you know, this flattening of this roof and adding the railing would be changing the use the way it is right now. Now, I can let Angie Berg, you know, I can let her answer that question because I know she was the one who made, you know, talked it through with our other staff member who the original application for the construction site permit was brought to. But Angie, is there any more information that I'm not covering that you guys discussed? Or
Thanks, Jamie, Madam Chair, Member DeLong. So bring you back to prior to 2006. Structures like this were supposed to go away. They were supposed to deteriorate and go away over time. Well, the legislature made a change in 2006 and then subsequently in 2008 to tweak a few things that said that's the legal nonconformity statute, right? So you get to keep what you have, but they say specifically in the statute without expansion. And so expansion is as defined and is an increase any area of use. So you can't create an area of use that's not currently there. And so Stearns County and many counties and cities across the state of Minnesota very quickly made those definitions in our ordinance of expansion and replacement and all of those things to define what does expansion mean. Basically, you know, replacement is as is, where is, no change to roof pitch. As indicated in the previous application for Kempston, you can change your window or door locations, but that's pretty much it. So in cases like this, and this isn't the first one our department has seen, right? There's lots of pitched roof boathouses throughout the county, and so if we just allowed them all to lower their pitch, albeit maybe slightly in this case, you're adding then a railing and you're creating an area of use that's not currently there. And that is not allowed by state statute unless granted by the Board of Adjustment.
Thank you. And then also clarification from staff. So the impervious lot coverage is increasing by over 4 percentage points, but it doesn't look like the deck is that much bigger. Is it just from the deck, or is it also from sidewalks or the driveway or other parts?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if you look up at, this is the existing right here, and this is what is all being proposed. So all of this is added impervious. This right here with the kind of the houndstooth hatch is what they're proposing to do in permeable pavers. And so that is not counted in the impervious because it's going to be permeable. But anything, all of this here and any additional stuff down here is where that impervious is being added.
Okay, and that impervious area that's not part of the application specifically, or the variance?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. They're still going to be remaining under their 25%.
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, question for staff. Just looking at the proposed plan, it looks like there's potentially some walls. Would this hit a planning commission major shoreline alteration for some of those, or is that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, they are working with our shoreline staff right now, and I believe it is all going to be covered under a minor permit.
Under a minor? Okay. Thank you.
And I think Jerry can verify that. He's been working with Rob Spitzley in our office to go through that.
It'll be the minor?
Yeah, we had to make some adjustments from the original plan to push any proposed walls at least 50 foot back from the ordinary height. So Rob Spitzley said that we are okay with where they are sitting now.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I think these are comments probably as much as questions. As Jamie just pointed out, there's a significant amount of pavers being added, some permeable, some impermeable pavers, and I'm assuming that the ones just to the east of the cabin is maybe some type of a fireplace or other seating area, and there also is a seating area in front of the boathouse. And so given those seating areas, I don't really see the need for a variance for the boathouse to have a, if you will, a deck on top of it, because there are adequate other seating areas being proposed in this variance request. And the deck, it's basically restructuring a deck that's there, so that doesn't concern me. But the boathouse change does. I think, much like some of the other topics we've had tonight, there are lots of boathouses in Stearns County, and I think we want to be careful with that. And I think the applicant has an alternative here of where they can observe, the shoreline, with their family in the lake.
Okay, additional questions or comments?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, comment. Appreciate Member Gregory's comments. I look at it differently. I think it's I think it's a good use of these few remaining boathouses that do exist without expanding their footprint. If we can use ways as a condition to mitigate the water that comes off of them and then allow people to use that space, to me they're pretty unique and I think a good way to use space. So I personally like them. And the biggest concern with changing those structures is the water. And so if we can tie some condition into it, I personally am in favor of them. But I also look at this one, and there's a lot going on there. So to Member Gregory's point, there's other decks. I'm not looking at that portion of it because that's not what we're being asked to look at. I'm trying to stick with the just what's being requested. So that's my opinion.
Okay, and I'm going to agree with some aspects of what you each said. As far as adding additional deck space, I would be opposed to it if there was neighbors' living space that was near, you know, that, okay, all of a sudden you're putting a deck in somebody's roof and then it's looking right into the window of the neighbor. But when it's, you know, when that's really not the issue here, you know, reusing it for a different use, to have a slightly slanted roof to having a flat roof, I don't see there's a lot of environmental change happening. So, others?
Madam Chair, Mike Keane, just has the applicant looked at Greg's plan, and are they good with establishing a no-mow native plant buffer from the ordinary high watermark to the top of the slope?
So if you look at the plan that we proposed, I read through Greg's recommendations as well, and I think we got quite a bit of that covered on this plan as far as the low-mow. Currently it goes roughly halfway up that slope. Greg has made the comment about possibly getting it up to the, let's call it the road side of the boathouse, so another 20 feet approximately, just guessing. But I think, you know, I think a lot of the stuff that he had mentioned are kind of on here. Another couple quick things, I guess I wanted to ask the question, if let's say if that structure had a railing before we ever started this, you know, it's a shingled roof, slope roof, but if it had a railing, would we even be having this conversation right now? The other thing I wanted to make a comment on is what we're proposing under that deck is a Trex rain escape system. So it's a trough system. When the water falls into that decking, it's all collected into a gutter, into a downspout, and we can direct that water to wherever we need to. So it's not like it's rainwater running off of a shingled roof, you know, pounding the ground anymore. So it's a little bit more controlled.
Madam Chair, to clarify Jerry's point, so Jerry, you're saying you or the applicant are acceptable with if the Board of Adjustment would make these comments related to the SWCD because you're already incorporating these into your plan?
I guess I don't understand the question fully.
So I guess what I heard you say, Jerry, and the board can clarify, but I heard you say that you would be amenable to incorporating the comments from SWCD because they're already in part of your plan? Or if I misheard that, I think we just need some clarification on that.
Maybe I'm still not following, Angie, but it's like when I read through Greg's comments, he talked about having like a low-mow buffer area, and we kind of have that all along the top of the riprap. And then I guess also to go back even a little bit further, currently the riprap is up 10, 12 feet, something like that up on the bank. We're going to minimize that considerably, put new fabric and minimize that rock and carry that low-mow area even further down towards the riprap. And then there's numerous plant beds in those areas. I know Greg had mentioned, I think he had mentioned a couple trees down there as well, if I remember correctly. I don't know if I answered your question, Angie, though.
Madam Chair, I'll let you ask it differently at some point in your conversation.
Okay. I believe what she's asking is, you know, you've made your plan, and Greg made his suggestions. Are they parallel, or are they the same, or are there things that are in Greg's plan that you don't have in your plan? Because if we would, once we make a condition, you have to do it that way. It can't be, it'd be nice to do it this way. Thoughts. So we need to know is if we would make Mr. Berg's
Madam Chair,
suggestions as a requirement, you would need to follow it exactly the way he has it laid out. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, to clarify, I think this would help. So what I heard you say, Jerry, was some of that riprap line, some of the riprap's going to be pulled out, the roadside, if you will. A certain percentage of that's going to be taken out, and that's going to be replaced with Lomo. What Greg's basically saying is everything from the riprap up to the cabin side of the boathouse, the road side of the boathouse. He's got an illustration, which basically, I'm trying to look, it brings it almost up to the elevation, 1,140 feet, that mark. If you're okay with that, we would make that a condition.
I would definitely want to hear John Byer's comment on that. I don't. It's his property, not mine.
Okay, John, can you comment for us?
Yep, I can comment to that, and yeah, we would be okay with that. Like Jerry had mentioned, one of the things with this whole landscaping project is we do want to put a lot of it back to a more natural state, especially on that steep slope side. It would be nice to have a little bit of a shape to it on the cabin side, so it's not just a straight line across from the back edge of the boathouse, but certainly I think we can work within those parameters.
Okay, thank you. So I'm seeing nodding heads of board members, so I think they've gotten their questions answered.
Motion to close public hearing.
So we have a motion to close. Is there a second?
Jill DeLong, I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to close and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none opposed, motion carries. The public hearing is now closed.
Madam Chair, are we doing one or two variants?
Well, we would have the choice to do one or two. We can do the deck and the roof of the boathouse separately, or we can do them as one finding. What is the wish of the board?
Madam Chair, Mike and I'm okay with one.
All right, I see two people saying one is fine.
I'd be good with one.
Okay, three. Jill, one. I guess that's majority. Okay, we're all good with doing one. All right. Then our findings will be for this variance request to expand the use of an existing legal non-conforming accessory structure that is located wholly within the shore impact and bluff impact zones. Also to reconstruct a deck that is ahead of the established building line and in the bluff impact zone. Number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located. And before we add comments, just be sure that our comments would be reflective of both the deck and the boathouse, not just one, since we're doing two items on this findings. So number one, the proposed use is allowed in the zoning districts in which the subject property is located.
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, a deck and an accessory structure are allowed in an R1 zoning district.
All right, we have a yes for number one. Anyone disagree or have other comments? So hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number two, the variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls and any related ordinances, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong. I believe that the general purposes and intent of the official controls, both for the legal nonconforming accessory structure and the deck, are to limit impervious areas close to the shoreline and to also mitigate rainwater. It sounds like the deck is almost the same size. They're fixing an older deck, but also by changing the roof structure on the accessory structure, it sounds like they are making it so that it will better route rainwater than it currently does. So I believe that yes, it is in harmony with the general purposes, and with those two, they are not adding impervious lot coverage, so it is in harmony.
All right. We have one yes for number 2. Is there anyone in disagreement with that or with additional comments?
Madam Chair, I'll say no, simply to have on the record that while I agree with Jill's comments in general, I do think there's the issue to me here is I think the intent of the official control on boathouses was not to have significant structures next to the shore, and especially in a bluff impact zone. And I think the intent was, if you have it there, we're not going to make you tear it down. But at some point, if it's not, if you're going to reconstruct it or whatever, we don't really want you to, quote, have a brand new one either. And so I think the intent was that eventually boathouses would be a thing of the past. Whether or not people overall like them, I think that was the intent. And so I'll say no.
And I would agree with Dennis's no, because I guess my interpretation in the past, when I thought about a boathouse, I thought about a place where you store the life jackets and the paddles and the sand toys, that type of thing, and not necessarily actively use it on a day-to-day basis. So I'm also going to be a no there.
Madam Chair, question for Member Gregory. With it being combined into one finding of facts, do you have a reason for a no for the deck as well?
I do not. And so that's why I was hesitating on just having one motion. So I'm fine with the deck, but my no covers the boathouse.
Okay. And my no would also be fine with the deck. A no on the boathouse. So, Mike?
I'll vote yes.
Dave? And Jason?
I'm a yes.
All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses and 2 noes. Number 3, the variance will be consistent with a comprehensive plan, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, with the condition to follow the I get that acronym wrong, Sauk River Watershed District. It's easier to say the whole thing for some reason. I would say that it is under the Lakeshore Living Policy, and that is to encourage shoreland protection and restoration methods such as vegetative buffers.
Right, we have a yes for number 3. Anyone disagree or have other comments? Okay, hearing none, I'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 4, the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, I believe it is reasonable to try to utilize the existing structures and in a better way. If you look at this particular piece of property, it's not ideal. I mean, I agree with Member Gregory. I mean, to start from scratch, put a boathouse up, I don't think anyone would be in favor of that. But looking for win-wins and how can you improve the lakeshore and yet make it a win for the property owner, to me, this is one way to do that and make it a better space for both the lake, the surrounding properties, and the property owner. So with that, I think it's not just reasonable, I think it's a good plan in this case.
All right, so we have a yes for number 4. Anyone disagree or have other comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll mark that unanimous yes. Number 5, the plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property, not created by the landowner.
Madam Chair, Mike Hain, I do believe because of the uniqueness of the slope of the lot, there are obstacles to find, as Mr. Crone said, usable spaces for the people who reside there. So I think the deck is a win-win with the stormwater plan as well. Would be a win for the environment.
Okay, so we have a yes for number 5. Does anyone disagree with yes or have other comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. Number 6, the variance if granted maintains the essential character of the locality, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I don't think the proposal really changes the essential character of the locality. It's all the structures are already there, and so I don't think it changes anything.
All right, so we have a yes for number 6. Anyone disagree or have comments? Okay, mark that as unanimous yes. And number 7, the need for the variance involves more than economic considerations, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Dave Gamrod, economics weren't part of this discussion.
So we have a yes for number 7. Anyone disagree or have other comments? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous yes. We are now ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the applicant's request for a variance to expand the use of an existing legal non-conforming accessory structure that is located wholly within the shore impact and bluff impact zones, and also to reconstruct a deck that is ahead of the established building line and in the bluff impact zone with 2 conditions. The first condition is that we require the installation of an engineered plan for the permeable pavers to keep the property below the 25% impervious lot coverage. And the second condition is that the applicant would implement the proposed water mitigation plan from Greg Berg and implement it in its entirety.
Additional comment, Madam Chair. I was looking at this, wondering if we should just define it because it's kind of an arbitrary line on here. If we'd say maybe say between 1,139 feet to 1,141, just to give some kind of guidance to follow that slope.
I will take your comment under advisement. I was just looking at Greg Berg's suggestion. He has a minimum of 50 feet landward.
Oh, okay,
so
well,
they
that might
can go
work too.
50 or greater.
Perfect. That you know what? Good catch. I missed that.
Madam Chair, also just to clarify if there would be a financial guarantee, I'm assuming not because I didn't hear that, but I just wanted to confirm, please.
Thank you for that reminder. As we get old and as the night wears on, we forget things. So the third condition I'll add to my motion, and since this is a more significant project, I would recommend a $2,000 escrow for this project.
And just so we can have very good clarification before we vote, the engineered plan on that you are requesting is just for the paver zones, or?
Yes, just the permeable pavers. And so Greg Berg's plan is not an engineered plan, so it would just be following that plan. So it's just for the permeable pavers.
And Madam Chair, Member Gregory, just to clarify, that plan has already been approved by our department, and so you could definitely make that as a condition, but it's something that it's optional. They could do that no matter if the variance is granted or not. So.
Okay.
So what we're speaking of here, the engineered plan that was submitted to you. So could we, word it that the engineered plan as submitted?
If the
Or-
goal is to see it implemented, then you would want to say implemented as proposed.
The motion, the condition was to require the installation of it. So I think that
Okay.
by its
All right, just so that-
definition, yeah.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So we have a motion with 3 conditions. Do I have a second?
Jason Crone seconds.
Okay. And I will do a roll call vote on the remaining members. Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. So motion carries if you have for both the deck and the boathouse deck changes. If you have additional questions, you can check with staff during regular business hours. And did you have a question? It looks like you did, Mr. Crom.
Sorry. So it sounds like you approved it or no?
Yes.
With any changes to the plan or no?
Just that that you implement the engineered plan that you already submitted for the pavers.
Yep.
That you follow the water mitigation plan put together by Greg Berg.
The buffer, the no mold.
And that they would provide a $2,000 financial escrow account, which means they'd use that money to pay for the project. That money in the escrow account is just to guarantee that it's done.
So essentially, Stearns County just needs a check for $2,000 until the project's done and signed
Right,
off on.
right. Or however your
And that's
process
just,
is for that.
we work with environmental on taking care of that.
Yep, but it's just to guarantee that that the
Okay.
requirements happen.
Understood. And then if we back up one to Greg's recommendations, so you're saying that we need to implement that. However, I mean, I understand what he's saying, but is there going to be a plan that we need to follow to a T, or are we just going to, how do you want to handle
In the
that?
motion to follow Greg's plan, so you need to follow Greg's plan to a T.
So what that would basically, the way it was defined is the native buffer, which is going to be your native grasses and wildflowers, and generally there's some shrub mixtures in there as well. And I don't have, there is a list, I believe, in here.
I think that list involves some choices.
Yeah, and there's some options, yep. But that's going to extend at least 50 feet landward from the lake shore.
Except for the view corridor.
Right, with the exception there.
I don't want to tie up Greg because I know he's got plenty of other things going on, but should I be bouncing some of this off of him, or who should I resort to for that?
Basically, environmental services should have that within the conditions. So when they look at the project at the end, I mean, a rough guideline for you is going to be, do you have your native vegetation planted to the landward side of the boathouse? I mean,
Yep. And then the plant beds that we have in our plan, are you saying in that area we can't have them then, basically?
Right. That whole area would basically be restored.
Madam Chair, I just think the applicant ultimately just needs to work with Greg Berg and the environmental services team, and I don't know that we're going to be able to.
No. If you can have a conversation with Greg and kind of explain to him what you plan to do, and he'll tell you if that fits with his.
All right.
And maybe you want to have him sign your plan or something when it's finished, so that you can say that yes, we agreed on it. We agreed on that's what it was. So. Okay, so our next item on the agenda for tonight is to consider a request from Nathan Glens and Karen Hayes from Hugo, Minnesota, from sections 4.9.1b and 10.2.11 of the Stearns County Land Use and Zoning Ordinance 439 to remove a condition imposed by the Board of Adjustments and to leave as constructed a deck ahead of the established building line and less than 100 feet from the ordinary high water level of Big Lake classified recreational development. The said ordinance specifies that a condition imposed by the Board of Adjustments shall remain in effect unless it is met and requires a deck to be constructed at or behind the building line or 100 feet from the OHWL of a lake classified recreational development. The affected property is Lot 5, Bragelman's Addition, Section 33, Tract 123 North, Range 31 West of Munson Township, and the property address is 20897 Edgewater Road, Richmond, Minnesota. Okay, and I'll do a roll call. And first of all, applicant, could you give us your name and your address for the record?
Nathan Glens, 13098 Fondant Trail North in Hugo, Minnesota.
All right, thank you. And I will do a roll call of those who were able to visit the property. Dennis?
Yes.
Jill?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And I also visited the property. All right, staff, if you could please give us an overview of this request.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The applicant is asking for the removal of a condition of the installation of a rain garden, rock trench, or infiltration chamber that was required as part of the granting of variance 10-5 from 2010. Also to leave as constructed a 32-foot by 5-foot, 160 square foot deck ahead of the established building line and approximately 49 feet from the ordinary high water level of a lake classified recreational development. The applicant currently owns Lot 5 of Bragelman's Addition. Bragelman's Addition was platted in 1949. The property is in the R1 zoning district. The tract contains 6,410 square feet of lot area. The applicant purchased the property in 2016. On March 25th of 2010, a previous owner of the property applied for and was granted a variance to construct a new dwelling on a holding tank. The variance was granted with two permanent conditions. There be no sidewalks, patios, or impervious surface coverage of any kind allowed other than what was approved in the construction site permit that was issued. Also, a rain garden, rock trench, or infiltration chamber was required to be constructed and maintained by the property owner to the size approved by Environmental Services Department. On May 1st, 2010, Environmental Services Department issued a permit for that new dwelling. On May 27th of 2020, Environmental Services Department received a complaint regarding structures being added to the property and additional impervious surface being created. On June 23rd, 2020, Environmental Services staff visited the site regarding the complaint. Staff found two sheds that were not meeting structure setbacks, a deck, additional impervious surfaces, and shoreline alteration work that was done without a required permit. A survey was required to be completed to document the impervious surface on the property. On the survey dated January 6, 2021, the impervious lot coverage was 52.8%. The survey also documented impervious surface that was proposed to be removed to bring the property down to 24.4%. June 21st of 2021, Environmental Services Department staff visited the site to verify the removal of the sheds, removal of the impervious surface, and revegetation of those areas proposed for removal on the survey. And there are separate photos that were all included with your packet. The applicant continues to work with the Environmental Services Department staff regarding the shoreland alteration work that was done, and that will be permitted as well. The property is in the Shoreland Overlay District of Big Lake, which is classified recreational development. Big Lake is on the list of impaired waters for mercury and fish. The septic system that services the dwelling was permitted and installed in 1999. A compliance inspection was done in 2021. The system was found to be compliant. The current impervious lot coverage for the property is approximately 24.4%. So A lot of the impervious that was added without has been removed and brought back to that 24.4 as noted on the survey. An alternative to the request would be to alter the width of the deck from 5 feet to 4 feet to meet the ordinance requirements for stairways, lifts, and landings. Munson Township, Big Lake Association, Sauk River Watershed District, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and property owners within 500 feet have been notified of this request. And I did receive one correspondence from Malia and Ryan Burgesson at 20843 Edgewater Road, Richmond, Minnesota 56368. To whom this may concern, as neighbors of Nathan and Karen Glenn's, we would like it to be noted that we fully support their request to leave a constructed deck, shoreline, and overall property as is. They have been flexible and worked to make adjustments to make sure they are at less than the allotted 25% lot coverage. They have worked to enhance the overall property aesthetic. Nathan has been on the Lake Association board for several years and works in the best interest to help keep the lake healthy and flourishing. Their actions have been evident to work toward what is best for Big Lake and property owners. Respectfully submitted, Malia and Ryan Burgesson. And that is all that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to the applicant, and if you can share with us your thoughts.
Sure. Obviously, I mean, most of it's all in there. You know, I met or talked with Dave Nett when all this happened, and we've been working on ways to try and figure it out. The best way to resolve it, we had the survey done, found out that the lot was smaller than what it was listed when we bought it, by about 600 square feet. Not a big difference, but Dave told me some options, what to do. I contacted Brian Schultz from Schultz Engineering to draft a catch basin for stormwater, so we could possibly keep some of the stuff instead of getting down below that 25%. And he basically said, you know, with the size of your lot, there's not anything I can design to meet the requirements to do that. And he said, you know, unfortunately, your best bet's going to be to get down below that 25%. He said he can't put it anywhere. You can't, because of the size of the property, you can't meet the setbacks of the house, the septic tank in the front of the yard where the old rain garden was. It was right on top of the holding tank. And my side yard, I only have 11 feet of property on each side, and there's just no place to put it. So at that point, talking with Dave, I just said, hey, you know, what happens if I can get down below that 25%? And he, you know, told me that I didn't have to do that. I could submit some stuff to try to, you know, see what you guys would be willing to work with. And I just kind of told him that I didn't want this hanging over our heads forever, and I just wanted it to be done. And so we don't live there year round anymore, and you know, for us to use it as a lake property, and I was okay with obviously didn't want to, but getting rid of some of the stuff and getting below the 25%, and it was my understanding that that's all we really needed to do. After everything was done, Dave told me he spoke to his manager or whatever and said that because the condition of the rain garden was on there, that it has to be removed, which I understood. And he came out to check the property and said that the deck on the back, because originally he said I was able to have a walkway, and it was built to 5 feet, honestly, to accommodate the grill that's back there. So you didn't have to walk around the grill and whatever. And I didn't know it was 4 feet, but anyways, he said so that had to go on this variance at the same time. So, like I said, I just want to figure out what I need to do to be done and move on.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address this application? All right, then we're ready to move on to board members' questions and comments.
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, question for applicant. Correct me if I'm wrong, when I looked at it when I was on the site, and I didn't dig in that close, but what it looks like is that, in essence, shrinking that deck down a foot really isn't going to make a practical difference. The concrete is beneath it. You've got a tree root system kind of mounding, and it's sloping water elsewhere. It doesn't look like that would make a practical difference, and I don't know if anyone else saw it differently, and I'd ask the applicant. That's an accurate statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, never mind. It's fine.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, questions for the applicant. When was the deck constructed?
Honestly, I think it was right when we had moved in. We had added the deck on and stuff.
So in 2016?
I believe so. I honestly, I don't remember for sure. It might have been right away in 17 is when it got built.
Okay.
I don't know. The years all kind of blend together. I'm not really sure when it got put on.
Sure.
It was either the end of 16 or beginning of 17.
And the reason you didn't seek a permit for the deck when you constructed it?
Honestly, the guy that I had do it said he was going to take care of everything, and obviously that didn't happen. So.
And was that a contractor or?
It was. I used to manage the A&W restaurant in town there. There's a guy I met there that was doing a bunch of work around the area, and just talked to him every once in a while when he came in to eat, and he said if it was something we were looking to do, that he would do it. So.
There's so a comment. We run into this situation where things are unpermitted, and the value. I sound like I'm preaching now, but the value in getting a permit is then you know all the ordinances, you know all the rules, and so I keep trying to figure out how we can, with the Stearns County Commissioners, have some type of a fee, a fine, or whatever for people who are doing work that isn't permitted, and they're not checking what the ordinances are, because the applicant is in his, I don't know if they're scot-free always in these situations, but the person doing the work clearly should know what they're doing, and so then we end up as a Board of Adjustments having to put ourselves in a bad position of trying to take a foot off of a deck or approve something, my concern always is that if enough people kind of figure out the game, they build it and then ask for forgiveness, and so I again would strongly recommend, strongly encourage environmental services and the Stearns County Commissioners to put something in place so that, frankly, there would be less desire maybe to go ahead and just build stuff without permits.
I have a question for staff, and I'm not sure if you would have this information or not. If you would know what the impervious surface percentage was at the time that this condition was put on in 2010, what the impervious surface of this property was at that time? Because I'm just trying to, I was on the board at that time, but that was 11 years ago, and I can't remember why we would have put why we put the rain garden on there. If it was because that the impervious surface was over the 25% or not.
Madam Chair, as Jamie's digging out, just to comment on Member Gregory's comment, I think the Board of Adjustment brought that up at one of the last meetings I attended, and I did submit that to the County Attorney's Office for their review, and I think the best way to say it would be their time has been spent elsewhere since that was submitted to you, or submitted by you to them. It is on their list, and I will let you know when we hear back from him.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, so I have the staff report from January 8th of 2010, and it says the impervious lot coverage will be 25%. Now, this variance was just for new construction of a dwelling on a holding tank, so it wasn't asking for impervious or to be closer to the lake. It was to build a new structure on a holding tank. And I think that's the reason why they put the condition, no new sidewalks, no new decks, none of that stuff.
Already were at 25%.
Because they were at the 25% with the structure that they were building.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to remember or think about what was the reason for wanting the rain garden the requirement for that. If it was because that they were over impervious, or if it was just simply because typically we don't require that stuff unless they've gone over.
Madam Chair, I can pull up the minutes as you continue to have other discussion and see. I know we have part of the
Yeah,
minutes
and
in
if
here,
you
but
can't find it, you can't find it.
Okay.
I'm just, wondering why we required the rain garden, if there was some other reason or.
Madam Chair, while they're reviewing your question, I just wanted to ask the applicant if they've read Greg Berg's recommendations on water mitigation and your thoughts and feedback on that, please.
Yeah, I did talk to Greg, and I mean, I've actually worked with Greg before in the past, being on the Lake Association board with other issues around the lake with runoff and stuff. And I mean, yeah, he told me it was what his other possible recommendation is, being that we only have 50 feet of shoreline, and the way that it's set up with the access down there and the makeshift steps to go down there, and where everything's located with our two docks, it would make it a little difficult to, I mean, it's not that it's undoable, it's just the way that it's used and how we get down there and to where our lift is and stuff like that. It's just, it would make it a little different, I guess, but not ideal, but not that it can't be done either.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, if I may, as I look at Greg's, visual representation here of his recommendation, and it's been a few weeks since I've been out there, so I don't remember all this exactly from my visit, but he shows the steps and the dock as, he's leaving that open so that you would have access, so that's the blue marking. Apparently you already have buffer, which is the green marking. And so really what he's recommending in addition is the red marking. There's apparently riprap already. So it is to the, as we're looking at the picture of the left side, and so it's just that red that he's recommending adding. Everything else he's really recommending to retain. So I don't know if that changes your comments.
Well, right, that where that red area is on, right there is where I have my second dock.
Oh.
Is that's what I was getting at. We have two docks down there, and actually that's where my boat was, but because of the low water and stuff, we had to move it over to the other one. We had to, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen how low the water is. So unfortunately, there's a whatever kind of a mounded sandy area or whatever there that it's shallower there naturally, and because of the low water, I couldn't get the boat off the lift, so we had to move it over to the other dock.
And how do you access that dock with the green area?
Well, you just come down the steps, and then this is grass, and there's actually a little bit of sand right here, but all this is grass right through there.
Okay.
So you can get there through that. And when they were looking up this stuff too, I was just going to comment because I know Dave Nett brought it up, and I don't know where he got, it was probably looking through this stuff, but one of the things that she had on the property was a parking spot, 300 or 400 square feet. So I don't know if that put her over the lot coverage, if that's why, or because it was on the, I know it wasn't, yeah. So that was part of the area that she had that was working against her, I believe. So.
Madam Chair, I did find the minutes, and it's curious. I'm going to look up the staff report, but it says Dennis Hines suggested tabling the request so the applicant can figure out which structure is going to purchase for this property. He questioned the staff recommendation of guttering runoff to a rain garden, but it doesn't give an answer. But throughout the whole series of minutes, a lot of question and discussion about how the 25% will be met. So I think there was some speculation, perhaps, that maybe there could be a concern with impervious. I'm not sure. But I can look up the packet. Okay.
Madam Chair, just a question to clarify. So will this be an after-the-fact findings because the deck's already built? Is that what we're doing?
Madam Chair, members of the board, yes, it will be an after-the-fact finding for the deck and for the rain garden because it's no longer in.
To clarify, Madam Chair, Jamie, I think we had talked about the rain garden. You don't have to do findings on. That's not a variance request. You're just considering removing the condition. So that can just be a separate motion if you want it to be separate. Okay.
Yep. I forgot to mention that at the beginning. I apologize for that, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Madam Chair, comment. Maybe again trying to find a win-win here. We can take some of the recommendations on expanding a little bit more of that buffer area in exchange from on the rain garden side of things and on the deck, and allow access. I think it's reasonable to be able to access in a couple different spots. Water levels are always fluctuating, so I think it's a 50-foot lakefront. If we were to say something 30 feet, 25 to 30 feet, at minimum 50% of the lake shore to include the vegetative buffer. Leave some options for you. The property owner it still meets some of the things that we're trying to achieve in restoring lake shore, and it should fit well as an example on the Lake Association as well for others, hopefully. That would be one thought to work through some of the obstacles.
And I would agree with you on that, because I think giving a little more leeway along the lake shore, because when he did talk about needing a second dock because of the water levels, right now, if I'm correct, to access that second dock area, you have to go down the steps by the first dock area and then across. So you'd have some option to put a walking path through there. And also, back when that rain garden was required back in 2010, we weren't going to require as much buffered space by the lake as we do now. And if we continue to require the rain garden, this is a really little lot. And to put a rain garden in there, then what kind of lawn or outdoor space do they have left? You have to give them something. So I would be in favor of your idea of 50% and then removing the required rain garden. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Member Crone, I appreciate your comments. The thought, though, is the green area is already an existing area, and so if we reduce it, we're actually taking away some of the vegetative cover that already exists. And so I would be more amenable potentially to maintaining that green area maybe even pushing it a little bit toward the lake, but and then not requiring the red area if if we want to have access. I'd hate to see the green area being reduced.
Fair comment, and that wasn't my intention either. So I'm glad you brought it up. The way I yeah, no, I'm fair with that. Yeah. Good recommendation.
Okay, other comments or discussion, or are we ready to close the hearing?
Dennis Gregory, make a motion to close.
Okay, do we have a second?
Dave Gamrod, I'll second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now closed. We'll move on to findings. Now, do we want to do the findings first, or do we want to do a motion in regard to the rain garden requirement?
I would prefer to do the findings first and have a motion that's approved with a potential condition before we would remove the rain garden requirement.
I believe I would agree with that completely. Okay, I see heads nodding, so we will go ahead with that. So our findings of fact will be for the variance requested to leave as constructed a deck ahead of the established building line and less than 100 feet from the OHWL of Big Lake classified recreational development. Is the proposed use allowed in the zoning district in which the subject property is located, yes or no?
Madam Chair, Mike Hain, R1 zone do allow decks.
All right, we have a yes for number 1. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? All right, we'll mark that as unanimous, yes. Number 2, is the variance in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the official controls?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, the official controls are in place to protect water. There are some other mitigation things already on the site that help with that, and believe there'll be a little bit of additional with the proposed condition.
All right, so we have a yes for number 2. Anyone disagree or have other comments?
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I just want to add that it sounds like if the deck were only 4 feet instead of 5 feet, it would fit the requirements for stairways, lifts, and landings. So I believe it is close to the general purposes and intent of the official controls just based on the size of the deck.
All right. So anyone disagree with yes for number 2? All right, mark that as unanimous. Number 3, is the variance request consistent with a comprehensive plan?
Madam Chair, it is under nature goals. It's just getting late and it's taking me a while to find my spot back. And if someone else can find it quicker, let me know. But it's basically encouraging native vegetation buffers, and I forget the exact section it's under, but I reference it so often I really should remember it.
Living Lakeshore Living Policies number...
Thank you.
2
Just
or...
found
Yep.
it. Thanks, Jill. Madam Chair, Jason Crone, I believe the property owner has restored his property in a very reasonable manner and has worked with the county environmental services to do so, which always is a good thing. So it is.
All right, we have a yes for number 4. Does anyone disagree or have other comments?
Madam Chair, Jason Crone, I believe is definitely unique to the property. Very tight property. As commented, the setbacks between the road and the lakeshore really minimized options to locate a rain garden, also a deck in this particular case.
Madam Chair, Mike Cantor, just to add to that, as well as a contractor built it and maybe did not pull the permits and do the proper checking, so that's unique also to the property.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I think the landowner did contribute to the circumstances. However, the construction is completed already, and I don't know that the county's benefits are outweighed by the applicant's burden if we make them have to change the dimensions of the deck to be 1 foot smaller. So, so I'm a yes due to that situation. Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I don't believe that having a deck on the shore side of a lake home will change the location of the property at all, or the essential character of the locality. It's very common to have decks on lake property.
Madam Chair, Dave Gamrod. I don't believe economics were part of this discussion.
All right, so we have a yes for number 7. Does anyone disagree or have other comments? All right, I'll mark that as unanimous yes. All right, then we are ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Dennis Gregory, I would make a motion that we approve the applicant's request for a variance to leave as constructed a deck ahead of the established building line and less than 100 feet from the ordinary high water level of Big Lake with 2 conditions. The first condition is that the applicant obtain an after-the-fact construction site permit. And the second condition is that the applicant maintains the current no-mow buffer as outlined on green, in green, I guess, not on green, in green on Greg Berg's mitigation options map.
Mike Kane, I'll second.
Okay, I just want to be real clear. So that to maintain the green area, but not include any additional in the red area?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion to approve with 2 conditions. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, Mike, second. All right. And I will do roll call on the remainder. Jill?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
And I am also a yes. So your motion carries to leave as constructed the deck with 2 conditions. And now we are ready for a motion in regard to the rain garden.
Madam Chair, Jill DeLong, I move that we remove the requirement for a rain garden as long as they maintain that no-mow section as required in our variance.
All right, we have a motion to remove the rain garden. Is there a second?
Jason Crone seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. So your motions have been approved. All right, and our next item on the agenda is some information from staff.
Yes, Madam Chair, Angie Berg, I'll start us off, and if it wasn't 10 o'clock at night, I had a whole presentation ready, but all I'm going to say is, by way of background, SWCD put on a training through Minnesota Erosion Control Association a couple years back. I know Jill was on it, probably others that I don't remember, so sorry if you were there. Jason, I think you popped in and out that day. So the idea, I think, kind of spurred from that, right, is that should we be doing this mitigation on some of our variances? So the Board of Adjustment decided, yep, we want to kind of look at what that would look and feel like. So that's when our department reached out to the Soil and Water Conservation District, because they're our technical partners in helping with this. So as you know, we've been forwarding these variances to Greg at SWCD, and he's been giving recommendations. So I know a couple months back you guys were like, yeah, it's all cool, it's all good, and really doesn't need to come here. But I think it's probably good just to have some discussion. Greg might have some questions for you, or does, and you might have some questions for him. And then the last thing that I'll say, and then I'll be quiet, is that just remember that granting the variance with a condition for mitigation isn't the reason to grant the variance. So and I'm not saying you always do that. I'm saying you sometimes might do that, and that's your choice. I'm not criticizing your decision, but just remember under the state law that it's first you meet the criteria of granting the variance, and then if you meet the criteria of granting a variance, then the statute says in shoreland, then you do mitigation. So just kind of, I feel better saying it. And I think you probably kind of know it already. But so with that, I don't have anything else to add. One other thing I do have to add is if the Board of Adjustment would always want to or never want to require a financial guarantee, that would be a choice that you could just direct us anytime that you're going to place a condition for mitigation, that we would always place that on. Or if you like the idea of being able to consider that in your condition, that's okay too. Yes.
Okay. My question on that would be, how would we determine the dollar amount then? Would it be just internal staff?
Correct.
Would determine a dollar amount?
Yep, and what you did tonight was fine. I wasn't going to get too worked up about it, but I think what the preference would be, it would be 125% of the cost, the estimated cost from the landscaper or the property owner doing their work themselves. So that's typically what we would look at doing. Again, if you want to consider that every time, I just don't want you to think I'm a broken record when I always say, and what about this or what about that? So
the positive of having it done all the time, and then we could at least remove the recommendation, is the time to get a rough estimate on what that's going to cost, because like tonight we're spitballing. $1,000, $2,000 probably weren't going to cover those at 125%, but you're trying to pick a number, so it makes it a better number. So that's why I would be for it, and we could always vote to pull it off if not applicable.
Right, that's what I was going to say. I said more often than not it's probably applicable. So then to say, if there's some unique situation where we don't think it's needed, we could waive that as a condition.
okay, fair enough. So I think what we would do is in our staff recommendations or staff considerations, we would include that mitigation as proposed by Stearns SWCD, and then we would state what it is, and then we would say including a financial guarantee, blah, 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 and then you could just take that out if you didn't want it in. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Do we need to make a motion to that, or just conversation is fine?
I think conversation is appropriate. Yep. Okay, thanks. Greg, do you have anything you want to say? Board members have questions for Greg?
Thank you so much for doing these reports. They've helped me better understand, because I know 2 years ago before you did those, we'd have sites and I wouldn't know what was required, but I would know that it needed something, like this cabin that's been there 45 years and it dumps water right into the lake. But by having those recommendations that helps me feel more confident in what I say. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep. I would agree.
So, Madam Chair, maybe I can, bring up a few things, and then, we can have a little discussion. Maybe you have some questions for me since I've been doing this for a while. I just want to make a few points because I've paid attention to what you've been doing, and then I finally came to a meeting tonight. I knew we were going to discuss this, and I just wanted to sit in so I kind of got a flavor for how it went, because all I was seeing was the end decision, And so the one thing you have to remember is what I'm looking at, and I'll get into how I come to the conclusions of what I do, but those are just options. And I want you to know that they're options that we're recommending from kind of just a technical review, and you need to take those as your options, not Greg Berg's options. Okay? If they become Greg Berg's options, I'm going to probably end up going back to our board and saying I don't want to do this anymore, because it puts too much of a name on it versus just okay, here's some options for you to use, if that makes any sense. Okay? And you can pick any and all. Like the first one that was on here tonight, was it a Kempton? I think was it Kempston? That one had so many options that could be viable. It was amazing. I mean, just like the things that could be considered. And the applicant was sitting here probably thinking that it was mind-boggling, but it was just meant to say you could choose one, you could choose two, you could choose a combination of things, or you could choose none. It's just, there was a lot of different things that were possibilities there. Okay. I'll reiterate it. Just when you're talking about it, try to reference it as SWCD comments, because that is what it is. It's coming from our office. It's not necessarily just my viewpoint. It'd be if I did it or another staff person did it, we would come up with similar type things that we would look at that could be proposed on the lot. And that gets into what we look at. So the first thing that I try to look at, and maybe this is right or wrong, but I look at what is the stormwater runoff going to do from what is being generated by the application. So is there anything that's going to go towards the lake? So you have everything from like the Hoime application tonight that isn't going to go to the lake, because you were out there, you saw that it actually slopes either to that wetland to the north or back towards the driveway. And then is there any existing stormwater runoff? So is there stormwater runoff that's just generally kind of haphazard, even without the application for what they're applying for a variance for? So I look at that as well, because I think we still need to take that into consideration, because it might be affecting overall balance of what's happening on the lot by adding to it with what they're proposing, or it's already way out of whack, or completely with a tile to the lake or something like that. And then what I look for is what natural features can I consider that are out there already? I mean, are there existing depressions that could be used, or just areas that maybe don't need to be mowed, that could hold water, or that could, be planted in different vegetation? Or can we route the water away from the lake rather than towards the lake? A lot of times people just need to stand at the water and look away. Is there a ridge near the lake like the Hoime one, that remnant thing that we were talking about or you brought up before? And then a lot of it is, as you're finding out, a majority of these lots in the county have mowed grass down to the edge. So there's plenty of opportunity for shoreline restoration on areas to the lake or slopes to the lake. And I'm also trying to consider the lowest cost option. These aren't supposed to be extremely expensive things that really, impact the applicant and that sort of thing either, I don't think. I appreciate like what you did tonight, like the last application where I'm throwing out ideas to you. There's 2 docks on the property and a little bit of a sand beach, and they've developed it with a walkway along there, and you pick the obvious thing with the green area, so to speak, that's already a no-mow buffer, and maybe they aren't able to make that connection to the water, which we technically like to see, but it didn't work in this case. Or the Hoime one where you say, well, maybe we don't need to go 25 feet wide.
we go 10. Okay, that's okay. Those are calls that you can make on how it fits with what's going on. Now, I want you to know where I come up with my dimensions is SWCD policy. And we have some policies for like what we allow for access, like corridor that can be mowed or altered, and then how much width is in the buffer. So if you go back to like the one on Coronas, it was a Bayer. That one went to the backside of the boathouse or the land side of the boathouse. Well, that's because I know it's a bluff, but it does kind of flatten out in that area a little bit where it gets to where it was modified probably from when the building was put in. But that's the steep slope to the lake. And so that's why that one came back 50 feet versus a lot of times it'd be 25 if it wasn't as steep. So that's what we're looking at when we try to define, maybe what we're protecting or a width that you might allow them to have to the lake. And some of those are less because they're less than 100 feet wide. So then you're not going to take up as much area of what they might be able to use. I think I've rambled on. The one thing I will say about the escrow is I think the staff was right about trying to calculate that, and we could even help with. We've talked about trying to do that on a project-specific basis, but it's hard when you have like the contractor like Jerry Cones. He was sitting here and he didn't completely understand what was even part of that project. So depending on if they seed it or they plant plugs or how many trees or shrubs they might, put into there, that makes a difference on how much it might cost. So we might be able to develop something like what I'll get into right here that we develop for guidance on what you need to do to restore, but also on the high side of what cost might be. So let's say an average cost per square foot if we did it in the ideal world. And then if they back off from that, that's okay if it's approved, but at least we have on the high side of it, because I can tell you, this isn't putting you down, but the $2,000 that you throw out for the one isn't going to even come close if they end up doing it right. Mm-hmm. So just so you know, we all learn from our mistakes. That's how I learn what I'm doing, and so we just have to know going forward kind of how we operate with that. So are there any questions with that part of it? Otherwise, I want to explain this just briefly.
Madam Chair, I do have a couple of questions, if I may. Or maybe just comments. First off, maybe what we should have in our packet is something from the SWCD and not with your name on the bottom. It's easy to reference your name if it's on there. And so if these are truly recommendations from the SWCD, then let's just identify them as that in the packet. And then I think we'll get away from using your name. I think the second thing that I would say is I read through the recommendations. It would be nice if there were, because I'm not an expert. I won't speak for everybody else up here, but I don't think we're the same type of experts that you are in this. And so the last one, the Bayer one, very steep slope. So I understand shrubs and everything else, but when it's a more gradual slope, it just seems like grasses and wildflowers would be plenty. To do that. And I've seen that a number of places around the lake, and I like that. I frankly like that look better aesthetically, but I also think from my uneducated mind that would take care of it, and it would be cheaper, I think, for that landowner. And you mentioned about, about the cost, and I think we already have a resolution to that, but we have no idea what the costs are. I mean, I think Jason said it right. We're just up here winging it at that point. And so I think we're all reasonably in agreement that there ought to be something so that there is a financial incentive for them to do the work. The last thing I would say is when you provide a lot of options, again, I'll go back to we're not experts. So it's really hard for us to say, yep, we're going to pick option 1 and 2. So my tendency is to say, and I will now say the SWCD recommendation, but just implement it and work on the options with SWCD to implement, because I don't know whether we should pick option 2 or option 3. So having lots of options isn't of a value to me as a member. So those would be just a couple of feedback items.
a comment for myself as well. You know, one thing, I think, Greg, you made the point, none of us are experts, and we probably all have different comfort levels in this area based on our experiences. One thing as a recommendation maybe for the watershed district would be to incorporate almost like a sensitivity rating. We all know some sites are much more sensitive to water runoff and erosion than other sites are. So even as we're evaluating and putting recommendations together, this site has a sensitivity level of between 1 and 3. You know, it's not going to be a huge deal. This one is a 9 or 8 to 10. You know, this is a highly erodible slope. This could be a disaster. Some kind of guidance like that too would help us to be able to gauge how big a deal is this. Is it something we want to do to try to create good habits, or is it something that, you know, this is an absolute must if we're going to take any kind of a look at this? So just a thought.
And I wanted to comment too, I totally understand where you're saying to say that it's coming from the service or the entity here rather than you personally. We don't want to have you go out in the hallway after a meeting and need a bodyguard to get to your car. You know, because I thought of that while we were talking. I thought that really puts him on the bad spot of being the bad guy if we're using your name. Because none of the people that come in here want to have to do, a few do extra things, but most of them don't want to have to do extra. And then we're tying your name into the things that they have to do extra that's costing them money. I can see that being, you know, not a good thing.
So if there aren't any other comments, the one thing that I would address that, you know, Dennis, you kind of brought up is that once it's approved, there's kind of another review, or that I'm going to help put the plan together or something like that. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't have time to do that, and I'm glad to do it, but I'm taking time that's extra already to look at each of these sites and make the recommendations. So that's why we were trying to transition to what we put together here. I put together a lot of details as far as technical things that would go into like a restoration or a planting or something, because that was coming up reoccurringly a lot. And then Nick Newman from Environmental Services kind of helped put it in a more readable format that looks more fancy than what I could even do. And so this is something like if you had like a Jerry sitting here and says, what was approved as a contractor, and I'm working with the landowner, he could take this as guidance. And then I realize that some of you like, you know, the flowers on the shoreline, and some of you like other things, but we could give them an option of saying, hey, I just want to seed it, or I want to do some shrubs and trees because I don't like trying to take care of flowers. At least they could meet the goal of having the buffer, and these would be options to try to get through that. So it goes through like numbers of species that you'd need, the amount of plants that you'd need to put in, and a diversity of, like, let's say seed, and how much of it should be grasses and how much of it should be flowers, even a little bit of preparation on what types of chemicals are normally used if you're going to get into that. And, you know, just some basics from planting. It's not that I can't answer some basic questions, but I can't afford to take the time to put every one of these plans together for these people. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not possible. So it kind of guides them through it on kind of a step-by-step a little bit on how they could get to having a plan that could be approved, and we'd have an idea of what it might cost and some things like that to implement when they get done.
I personally like that a lot, and I like the fact that there are options listed. So at the end of the day, these are other people's properties, so you hate to get too prescriptive with what we're in essence demanding in this case. Give them some options. We obviously there's the sensitivity to the water, but once that's taken care of, let people kind of determine what they think looks aesthetically the best.
Dave Cameron, I'd have a comment. I took a boat tour of a big lake, Birch Lake, Big Birch Lake. And you go around there and you see a lot of lawns that come right down to the lake now, and they're still lush green. So you know that they're watering that, and they're probably fertilizing it, and you know they're pumping water out of the lake, and a lot of these are on timers. They run whether it's raining or dry, and then they complain that it's green out in front of their dock.
You know, they have all the weeds there, yeah.
Yeah, and they're getting a lot of weeds. I think they should have a no water zone as well as, you know, they should have to leave the outside 20 feet or 30 feet from the lake. They shouldn't be able to water it, but they all have a pipe going out in the lake. And then, you know, the DNR is worried about low water levels. Everybody doesn't like low water levels, but, you know, agriculture is dealing with that too.
Dave, those are all in Todd County, I think, the ones that you saw.
Okay, well, only part of it, only part of it. But I mean, you know, it's something that I see, and I know that these things are on automatic timers, so they're washing a lot of nutrients right back into the lake themselves. You know, it's not all agriculture.
You know, I would agree with Jason that it's great to give the landowners or the property owners options. I tend to like grasses and flowers because I do. And the difficulty I think I continue to have is, you know, we've been through this over the last how long have we been on it, Mike? 6 years. You know, we will never catch up with Bonnie, but the
Too long. I'm just about done.
But I think the difficulty is when we get these recommendations is, you know, I think this is fantastic. I don't know what to do with it as a board member, and so it's, you know, what we're all trying to do, I think, is admirable, which is we're trying to improve the water quality. Period. I don't know the best way to do that. I think it would be great to be able to give them this document. But I know as soon as I make a motion that they should do something, you know, there's going to be a lot of definition that's going to be required. Well, how many feet, and so on and so forth. And so we still have some a ways to go, in my view, to figure out how to get from point A to point B, to be able to require these things in a reasonable fashion, at reasonable cost, with the options, you know, for the landowner. I don't think we're there yet. I like the progress we've made. I like the work, you know, Greg, that you've done. But we still have that little piece to go yet. Either that or what we need to do is put on this board somebody who knows what the heck's going on. And if Jason does, we should designate him as our resident.
Don't put too much. I will promise, I spend more time on the water than anybody in this room. That I'm confident of, and I have some experience with it, but not like what others do. One thought to that point, because what I do like about this list is I think there's a way to be slightly prescriptive to provide guidance for, let's call it, the less experienced, but yet allow for options. So there are, I look at this list and I see certain plantings that are appropriate based on different site conditions. And if that could be part of the recommendation, are appropriate plantings, so at least we could give an option. We could say from this list, it's 5, 6, and 8 would be appropriate plantings. And, you know, it could range X amount from, I think we can figure out the footages and stuff, and there's some basic guidelines that you mentioned that are policy based. We could deviate off those if we knew what the severity of or the sensitivity, I should say, of the property is. With some of those, I think we could do a little bit better job.
I really like your suggestion about some kind of sensitivity scale. I know back when I was on the Planning Commission, and we used the Lisa score a lot for determining, you know, whether we'd convert some farmland, you know, into residential. And, you know, something, you know, like that, a sensitivity score to say, you know, how strict do we need to get on this, or how much do we have to implement would help. And I don't think that would need to be anything, really complicated, but just to say, or even in a green, yellow, red level or something,
Madam Chair, I think the one thing just to keep in mind is these meetings can't go any longer than they already are. So, and I think you'd all agree. And I don't think that my expectation is that we're not at these meetings and you're not picking from this list and you're not doing a whole negotiation. You're saying, here's the SWCD recommendation. We recommend you do the buffer or the rain garden and work with staff. And this is the working with staff piece, right? So, yeah. So this is what I don't do this. Greg does this for a living, and Nick in our office with Shoreland, he does it, and so he understands it. But the idea was that Greg and Nick create something that I could do. That I could even pick this up and do it if it's my property. But not that you guys are going to get into prescribing that. We'll figure it out.
That'd be better still. I
Yeah.
mean, truthfully, I think that would be appreciated by everybody if staff worked through that and it was, in essence, listed right within our options. I mean, if that helps a lot for us.
And I think sometimes our hesitation to try to do so much here is that we feel like we don't want to tell the applicant, well, go back and talk to, we don't want to be dumping stuff back on your office all the time to say, well, go back to staff and talk about it. Because
yeah, and that's our job. And again, we're not going to come to you with the staff report. Jamie or Brian come to you with isn't going to say, here's the plants and the trees. It's going to say, here's SWCD's comments, and we want you to do A or B, and then we'll figure out A or B later. If you want more than that, then the meetings are going to get a whole lot longer and more complicated. So. And I agree with you, Dennis. I think this is a work in progress. I think we're better than we were 2 months ago, 4 months ago, 12 months ago, but I think we just have to keep working on it together.
And thank you, Greg, for joining us so that you could give us those comments too, because that helps us do our job better also. So thank you.
Well, I have to thank you guys because you're pushing the window here on what's getting done. And I'll tell you, there's probably at least half of the applicants that I've seen actually like ran into on site or ended up talking to, or they called me because you were out there and, all that kind of stuff. They've been receptive. I mean, at least half of them have been, I'm not afraid of this. And, I've kind of always wanted to do that and never knew anybody could help me with it or give me some ideas of how I should do it or anything like that. I mean, seriously. I even received one thank you card from one of your one of them that said, I appreciated how you made some recommendations, and they probably felt like they got what they wanted because they did that too. But I mean, whatever it means, they were still receptive to the idea, and I think they're more educated on what is going to help the lake. And Angie is exactly right. This isn't for you guys, other than you could say, hey, we want you to use the mitigation guidance to develop your plan that we've said that you have to do. And that's it.
Cool. Like it.
And then based on the square footage, it's got to fall into here, and we're going to say it either meets the minimum criteria as staff, or they throw it at me and I review it quick, or it doesn't. And then you got to go back to the drawing board,
So what you'd like us to do is to say, we want to, we're going to ask you to do option 1 and option 3 and use this tool to figure out how you're going to do it, right, or put a plan together and then submit that plan to you to approve it.
Right, Madam Chair, and I think what we could do, I can work on some proposed language and how those conditions would be worded, and I can just throw them out to you before our next meeting so you can see what I'm thinking, if it coincides with what you're thinking and how it would be worded, so we're not kind of stumbling every time.
When people put their plan together, okay, they get this, but do they have any kind of like a template that they fill out to bring a plan back to you, or do they bring their plan back to you scribbled on a napkin and you know, I'm just wondering if there's some type of template that would make it quicker for you when they bring it into the office, because I'm sure they all come in with it written up differently.
Yeah, we could talk to Greg about that. Maybe there's a few templates or an example.
Yeah, an example of
thing.
how to bring it back to you, because
Right.
if they can bring it back to you more succinctly, you know, it'll save you time too.
You know, Madam Chair, and I like the direction where this is going because it addresses my concern. The only other thing I would say, just from a point of meeting order, once a motion's on the table, you know, let's, I don't know that we're in the best position to either explain to the applicant at that point and or to negotiate with the applicant at that point. You know, it's our motion. You know, it's on the table, and I think at that point we just need to keep moving forward, because I don't think we're ever going to satisfy anyone at that point.
Yeah.
So.
Good comment. My last comment for the entire night, I promise. Greg, you think you said something important a bit ago, in that a lot of people you're talking to actually like the plans and appreciate them. I think that's the best interest of everybody, is if people start to see this and want to do it versus feel that they always have to. That's going to make a lot bigger difference in the long run. So with this, I know we don't like to say things are a negotiation, but I think we have to keep that in mind, is that doing something that's better, even though it's not perfect, is in the long run, I think, going to be better.
Better than doing nothing.
Exactly. Yep. Or sometimes trying to force perfect when, you know, that is going to end up creating more negatives than positives. So a good comment. I appreciate the work you do. It's a collective goal here. So I'm done.
Madam Chair, that kind of gets into the one thing that you brought up, is like trying to score these or something like that. I think what I'll do from now on is I'm not putting anything out there that I don't think is valuable. Okay? So if I don't think it's going to be of any kind of value to the whole, you know, property or the runoff that's on it or anything like that, I don't even bring it up. Okay? But what I can do is that if we get into, like, was it Kempston? If we get into that one, I could say this would be the best scenario, this would be second option, so that if you get into it with the applicant and they say, well, the best option I'm not doing. I mean, they might sit here and tell you that, but I'm okay with, right. I caught the end of that one. I didn't get here right away, so I'm not even sure exactly what happened, but I could hear a little of that up here. But they might say, yeah, I'm not interested in option one, but I'm willing to do option two, and then you guys can decide whether or not you want to go there or not. So I could at least give you kind of a scale that way if there's more than one thing going on. You know, this is ideal, this is still going to accomplish some things, and this is, you know, maybe not all that great, you know, so if that helps. But
Yep.
The one comment I wanted to add, and so, you know, thank you, Angie, for bringing up about how we shouldn't approve it just because they'll be okay with mitigation. We should approve it for what it is as well. For some of them, the mitigation is what will help me say yes, because the concern I have is, like with that cabin, because the slope of the roof made it go right into the lake. And so if they were willing to put in a rain garden or whatever, that mitigation, then that fixes my concern of why I would say yes or no. I mean, it was there 45 years. Like, so can we make it better? Yay, let's do that. But thank you for bringing that up. So that'll just help us be more mindful as we go through it too. And to Jason's point, what he said before too is, how do we make it a win-win situation if we can?
And I do have that in my narrative kind of at the beginning, is that this is not an endorsement by having those, if you've read that. So you do have that to fall back on, you know, that this isn't going to take care of everything. These are not a silver bullet, but it does help. And that's probably the main message.
Madam Chair, this might be completely out of order, but given the conversation that you've had in the last 35 minutes, if there's any desire to reconsider your Kempston variance, you would be able to do that. And if you don't want to, you don't have to do that. And I know this is being recorded, and that's good. And so I'm just throwing it out there. And if that's not interest to the board, that's fine. I would anticipate they'll probably be coming back to you, and that's okay too. So.
Dave Cameron, I have a kind of a question for staff. It seems to me, I've seen some of our variances that we've granted over the years, and sometimes I wonder if some of these people, after they've had their variance and it's a couple of years, that they don't put more tar in or more cement in, and I'm questioning some of these places that are impermeable. That they were close to the 25%, and then you go by, and all of a sudden you see this is all tarred out, and that's all tarred out. Do we ever spot check some of those that we've had?
We got one 11 years later. Today.
Yeah.
I think if the county had staff available to do that, but I
just,
don't know how much
just
time.
once in a while.
Yeah.
Or at least throw the fear out that say the county is going to be checking them, even if you don't. They don't know.
We don't usually like to take that approach, but what we will do is what you continually see. If someone applies for a permit, we're checking everything. If we get a complaint on somebody's property, we're checking everything. But when Brian and Jamie are driving around, they're not looking at someone's pouring cement, and we're not going to start doing that. That's just not sustainable. But when people are asking to do things, we're making sure they're in compliance. And if they added too much concrete 11 years ago, then they're going to get tripped up. So.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen a few of them that I know were close, and I see the asphalt goes in and everything's. I go, we were really concerned, but evidently they're not. So.
But with that in mind too, we talk about the pervious pavers. If you don't maintain those, they're no longer pervious. No. So people can put in pervious pavers, and if they let all the junk, sit and run into the cracks and stuff, well, then we lost the purpose of that too. So.
We live in that type of world. It ain't perfect.
Yeah. Because I'm not a real strong believer in the pervious pavers. I see more often they don't work than they do.
I'm an expert without the X.
Madam Chair, I'd respectfully make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. Anybody opposed to that? Staff or members? So we have a motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
I seconded it. So meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.